We might just have a short pause for noble lords who wish to leave to do so. Second reading of the Cybersecurity and Resilience Network and Information Systems Bill, Baroness Lloyd of Effra.
My Lords, I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time. We are a proudly online nation, embracing interconnectivity in all walks of life. Cloud-based working, the rise of software as a service, the advent of artificial intelligence, and more has rocketed the UK forward. They have enabled us to work faster, more efficiently, and with more flexibility than ever before. But with these advancements come risks. As the technology powering our modern economy has leapt forward, so too have the tools our adversaries use to extort, disrupt, and surveil. Last year, over 600,000 UK businesses were subject to cyber attacks. This is not only holding businesses back, it's undermining our security. These are criminals and hostile state actors seeking to disrupt the very foundations of our country. My Lords, the UK is now the most targeted country in Europe for cyber attacks. It's the duty of this government to take bold action. We have been clear that all businesses must protect themselves from cyber attacks, but this does not mean regulating every single business. They know their customers, their suppliers, and they're best placed to protect themselves using the free tools we've provided. I commend those who have already signed our Cyber Resilience Pledge and urge more to do so, committing to take the 3 simple steps recommended within it. Making cyber a board-level responsibility and following the Cyber Governance Code of Practice, signing up to the National Cybersecurity's Early Warning Service, and taking a risk-based approach to requiring cyber essentials across supply chains. This is our government certification scheme to help organisations improve their cyber resilience. Cyber Essentials works. Organisations with it are 92% less likely to claim on their cyber insurance than those without. And taking these steps can make a huge difference. However, where the risks are so great that public safety, the economy, or our national security is threatened, it is right that we regulate. The Network and Information Systems, or NIS regulations 2018, are the UK's only cross-sector cyber legislation. They apply to operators of essential services in the energy, health, transport, drinking water and digital infrastructure sectors, as well as some digital service providers. The NIS regulations are designed to protect the security and resilience of our most essential services, to keep lights on, to ensure taps keep running and protect our NHS. We regulate only where we must, and that is why the scope of the NIS regulations is precise. They are a targeted security intervention and the best tool in our arsenal to protect our most essential services. However, the regulations have fallen out of date, and if we do not act, the essential services we all depend on will remain under threat. That is why we have introduced this bill. The Cyber Security and Resilience Network and Information Systems Bill is a vital opportunity to improve the UK's defences. In fact, it's the first bill in British history to have cyber in its name. It will update the NIS regulations for the modern age and ensure the government can maintain their effectiveness and respond to imminent national security threats. My Lords, the objectives behind this bill are threefold. First, it will safeguard the services our people most rely on, making our essential and digital services more secure. Second, it will deliver a step change in our national security, increasing our defences against the cyber attacks that threaten this country. Third, it will better protect our economy. The UK will be a safer, more attractive place for businesses to establish themselves, thrive and grow. This bill achieves these through proportionate and timely measures, which I'll speak to in turn. First, this bill brings more sectors into the scope of the NIS regulations. As our economy becomes more interconnected, so do the routes that cyber criminals exploit. For example, data centres in the UK have become critical to nearly all our economic activity and public services. From NHS patient records to financial services, these vast digital depots are a key part of the modern world. That's why data centres meeting the bill's thresholds will be regulated as essential services, ensuring they take steps to secure their networks. The bill also brings large load controllers under regulation. These are organisations that manage significant electricity flows to or from smart appliances. They must be safeguarded to secure our electrical grid and protect consumers using such appliances. We are also bringing large and medium managed service providers, or MSPs, into scope of the NIS regulations. These are organisations offering ongoing services to customers like remote IT support or cybersecurity threat management. MSPs have deep access into their customers' systems. As more and more organisations rely on them, MSPs become an increasingly attractive entry point for disruption. Noble Lords will remember last April's cyber attack on M&S. This involved a managed service provider being socially engineered with attackers able to gain access and compromise systems. We need to close this gap. But these regulations must be proportionate and targeted. Large and medium MSPs make up less than 1 in 10 of MSPs active in the UK, but account for 97.6% of the UK's MSP revenue. So small and micro MSPs will be exempt from this measure. By targeting regulation where the risk and reach are greatest, we protect almost all MSP customers without burdening small businesses. In limited circumstances, small and micro businesses supply critical goods or services to the essential and digital services we rely on. This bill therefore enables businesses supplying critical goods and services, including smaller companies, to be designated as critical suppliers. This is designed to combat the cyber risks stemming from increasingly complex supply chains. Members may be aware of the 2024 attack on Synovus, a pathology provider to some NHS trusts. Criminals thousands of miles away deployed ransomware and made Synovus' files unusable, delaying 11,000 appointments. This demonstrates the rippling effect that a compromised supply chain can have on the services at their ends. Duties that critical suppliers will be subject to will be set out in secondary legislation. I turn to our 12 NIS regulators, whose sectoral expertise is critical to protect our essential and digital services. However, these regulators are often operating with one hand tied behind their backs. They don't have the information, resources, or levers necessary to properly fulfil their duties. For instance, at present, organisations need only tell their regulator about an incident once it has already caused significant disruption. Under the bill, they will have to report more types of breaches to both their regulator and the NCSC within 24 hours, and provide a full report within 72. This includes incidents like pre-positioning and ransomware, when an incident may not cause immediate damage, but poses a real threat to the UK economy or society. This will not only enable the NCSC to support those affected more quickly and warn others, but allow the government to better understand the threat landscape. Furthermore, the bill requires digital and managed service providers and data centres to inform their customers about reportable incidents that are likely to adversely affect them. This way, customers can take appropriate steps to protect themselves. But effective reporting must be matched by consistency. Our 12 regulators cover all NIS sectors and the UK's 4 nations. We must utilise their sectoral expertise, but we must also ensure that the rules are applied consistently. We cannot allow any sector to become an easy target. This bill enables government to designate a single set of strategic priorities as well as objectives tied to them that regulators must seek to achieve. This will complement the security and resilience requirements to come in secondary legislation, setting clear, consistent expectations and putting good practice on a firmer footing. The Secretary of State will be required to consult the regulators on a draft of the statement before designating it. In addition, the bill gives regulators new powers to recover their full regulatory costs from the organisations they oversee. This includes enforcement costs, ensuring that this is not conducted to the detriment of a regulator's books. Regulators must consult on how these fees will be calculated and publish a yearly statement to show how these funds were used. The bill also raises the maximum penalty enforceable for regulatory breaches, while simplifying the penalty bands for easier, more consistent application. Regulators must consider all circumstances of a case before setting a penalty. This is not designed to punish companies, but to incentivise their compliance. The ideal scenario is no penalties at all. We are also fixing legacy issues concerning information sharing, so regulators can better understand what can and can't be shared and with whom. All information shared must either meet a specified purpose or require permission to be shared and be relevant and proportionate to the purpose for which it is shared. My Lords, this bill unties our regulators' hands, giving them the information, resources and powers they need to hold the line. That is what effective regulation should look like. Finally, the bill contains some important measures to enable future resilience, ensuring that the NIS regulations remain effective into the future. This bill introduces a targeted, essential set of delegated powers to enable the NIS regulations to keep pace with the ever-changing cyber landscape. This includes powers by which the government can bring new services or sectors into scope of the regulations, so long as they meet the bill's strict criteria, or make regulations to further mitigate the risks from security and operational compromises. In the majority of cases, these delegated powers will be subject to consultation and the affirmative procedure will apply. Today's threats were unimaginable in 2018, so we must not legislate as though today's threats will stand still. These are carefully targeted, and it would be remiss not to take this opportunity to provide for careful, proportionate, delegated powers. In almost all cases of these powers, the government must consult on any changes. Parliament will have the final say over legislation made under these powers. Our delegated powers memorandum contains greater detail. My Lords, in exceptional circumstances, even secondary legislation is too slow. Right now, if our intelligence community becomes aware of a NIS incident that threatens our national security, the government has no emergency power within the NIS regulations to protect our people. This bill provides powers for the Secretary of State to direct regulators and regulated entities where national security is threatened. This could entail instructing a sector to follow new guidance in response to a crisis, or requiring an organisation to take technical steps to remove an intruder from a network. These are essential last resort levers. The bill has strong safeguards to ensure they are used accordingly and only where strictly necessary for national security. My Lords, this bill is about protecting the foundations of a modern economy. Growth cannot flourish where essential services are vulnerable, where businesses are exposed to disruption, and where hostile actors can exploit weaknesses. We are not choosing between security and growth. We are recognising that one depends on the other. This will help secure the services our people rely on, give businesses the confidence to invest and grow, and strengthen our national security in an increasingly dangerous world. I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
My Lords, please let me thank the noble Baroness the Minister for introducing the bill before your Lordship's House this afternoon. I should say at the outset that His Majesty's loyal opposition supports the objective which lies behind this legislation. The cyber threat facing the UK is growing incrementally, both in scale and sophistication. From hostile states to organised crime, from ransomware attacks on our public services to increasingly complex attacks on critical national infrastructure, the need to strengthen our national resilience is indisputable. Many noble lords will be familiar with a number of the reforms contained within this bill, predominantly because they originate from the review of the Network and Information Systems regulations undertaken by the previous Conservative government following the consultation launched in 2022. It should not be a surprise that we therefore welcome measures to improve consistency across the various regulators responsible for enforcing the existing regime. However, my Lords, support for the objectives of a bill should never prevent your Lordship's House from asking whether the legislation is actually sufficient and proportionate. And most importantly, noble lords would be absolutely right to constructively challenge whether this legislation forms part of a coherent strategy. And that should indeed be a central question. We are being asked to scrutinise and revise one of the fastest moving areas of public policy without the government having first published the cyber strategy within which these measures are intended to sit. Ministers have described this bill as merely one component of a wider programme to strengthen Britain's cyber resilience. But it is entirely fair and reasonable to ask, where exactly is that programme? Where is the strategy? And where is the explanation of how these powers fit within the government's broader approach to protecting our digital economy and our critical national infrastructure? Only last Thursday, we heard an oral question on the impact of AI in vaccine technology. And it is obvious to all that AI is regrettably also transforming the way cyber attacks are conducted, increasing both their scale and their sophistication. Hostile states have become more aggressive. Organised crime has become more capable. The boundary between economic security and national security has become ever more blurred. Yet little of that ever-shifting landscape appears to find expression within the bill itself. In fact, artificial intelligence does not appear to feature in the legislation. Quantum cracking does not feature. Weaponised disinformation does not feature. The wider question of how government intends to respond to AI-enabled cyber threats remains unanswered. Nor does the bill address the long-standing concerns surrounding the Computer Misuse Act, despite repeated calls from the industry for reforms that better reflect modern cybersecurity practice and remove the legal uncertainty facing legitimate cybersecurity researchers. My Lords, legislation in this field is unlikely to come before Parliament every year, and that places a particular responsibility on noble lords now to ensure that what is enacted today remains relevant as much as it realistically can tomorrow. The government has shown an enthusiasm for regulation across a number of sectors. And sometimes regulation is necessary. Sometimes it is unavoidable. But good regulation should always be proportionate. This is especially true when it comes to firms that are already navigating an increasingly complex regulatory environment and face ever more costly obligations under the government's direct and indirect taxing of small businesses. The bill introduces new obligations, new reporting requirements, and new compliance duties for organisations operating in sectors that are undoubtedly important to our national resilience. It may be the case that some of this regulation is justified. However, it also raises many questions for the opposition, the most pressing of which is what assessment has the government made of the cumulative regulatory burden these measures will impose on businesses. Many organisations are already subject to reporting requirements under data protection legislation, sector-specific regulation and forthcoming proposals concerning ransomware reporting. If these various obligations are not properly aligned, businesses risk finding themselves complying with multiple reporting regimes for what is in reality the same cyber incident. And this would not strengthen resilience, but rather create additional bureaucracy during a time of crisis. And nowhere is this of greater concern than for small and medium-sized enterprises. Large multinational organisations generally possess dedicated legal and compliance teams and cyber specialists capable of navigating increasingly complex regulatory requirements. Smaller businesses simply do not have the resources to do that. And often these businesses are the very scale-ups and high-growth companies upon which our future economic prosperity and unicorn status depends. Everyone wants economic growth, none more so than His Majesty's loyal opposition. But if the government wants growth, it must ensure that cyber regulation does not become yet another barrier to enterprise and innovation. So will the noble Baroness the Minister confirm to your Lordship's House that the overwhelming majority of SMEs will remain outside the scope of these new regulatory requirements? And by what benchmark will an SME be defined in the legislation? Will the Minister please explain what support, alongside the new obligations, the Government intends to provide for those smaller organisations that may ultimately fall within the regime? Resilience cannot simply be legislated into existence. It requires expertise and resources. The bill grants significant new responsibilities to regulators operating across a wide range of sectors. For these provisions to operate successfully, the legislation assumes that such regulators possess both operational capacity and the expertise necessary to exercise those responsibilities effectively. And will the noble Baroness the Minister outline how these assumptions have been stress tested? And finally, my lords, this bill confers important national security powers upon the Secretary of State. Whilst these powers may well prove necessary, they also reinforce the importance of transparency. The exercise of national security powers should be informed by clear principles and robust accountability, particularly where they concern hostile foreign actors seeking to undermine our critical infrastructure. Will the noble Baroness the Minister inform the House what mechanisms are going to be in place to ensure such accountability? His Majesty's loyal opposition does not dispute that the cyber threat facing our country is real, nor do we dispute that the Network and Information Systems regulations require updating. Indeed, much of the work underpinning this bill was initiated by the previous Conservative government. But surely we need a strategic framework instead of having to ask why these sectors, why these thresholds, why these powers, how does this legislation fit alongside artificial intelligence, ransomware policy, national resilience, and wider cyber reform? These are not unreasonable questions. They are precisely the questions that a responsible analysis of a slew of updated proposals require, and we ask the government to provide the strategic context which accompanies the bill before us.
My Lords, I too thank the noble lady for introducing this bill. And from these benches, we welcome the bill, but we feel in a number of ways that it doesn't go far enough. Hostile state actors, organised crime and others are increasingly targeting our systems at every level with potentially catastrophic effects, as previous speakers have said. Attacks on our energy networks, water supplies, transport systems, financial infrastructure and digital services are becoming more frequent. It's clearly vital that organisations that deliver essential services have high standards of cyber security, and that they should report serious incidents promptly and transparently. We also recognise that the coverage of those who need to report in this way should be widened. But is the bill ambitious enough? I'm serving on the House of Lords Select Committee on National Resilience, and there's at least one other speaker in the debate who also serves on that Select Committee. And I'll be drawing here from some of the evidence that's been submitted to us. We were, of course, part of the EU arrangements until Brexit, and this is yet another area we needed to address after that. That resulted in the 2018 regulations, which this bill seeks to update. The post-Brexit arrangements seem to have been complicated, putting in place clear primary legislation. The Minister in the Commons noted that Brussels is pressing ahead with its own updates, quote, while we lag behind. He stated that this, quote, procedural quirk has left essential UK services more exposed, which perhaps tells us something about why the UK has such appalling figures compared with some of our EU counterparts as hackers and cyber criminals exploit gaps in our dated laws, close quote. We do indeed have the worst record in Europe for such attacks. And I would argue from submissions we've received to our Select Committee that it makes most sense for us to be aligned with the EU regulations. It has been put to us that this would mean that organisations do not need to answer to 2 sets of regulations in Europe. It's clear that this would assist us anyway, given that the EU regulations cover a wider range of areas, which it makes little sense to overlook as the government appears to be doing. As it was put to us by ISC2, and I quote, the government may have missed an opportunity to have the same taxonomy of CNI across jurisdictions. For example, the EU's NIS2 directive on cybersecurity includes manufacturing, public administration and food production. These sectors are also critical for the UK's national and economic resilience. Thus, under the proposed regime, manufacturers operating across the UK and EU, when victim of a cybersecurity incident in the UK, would be mandated to report this to EU authorities, but not to the UK. The Association of British Insurers, ABI, also notes that the bill is narrow in scope, and I quote, large parts of the economy, including organisations that are economically significant due to their scale, interconnectedness or role in supply chains, will remain outside this regulatory perimeter. They note that the government's approach to these unregulated sectors relies primarily on voluntary governance mechanisms, including its proposed new Cyber Governance Code of Practice, not that we've yet seen that. The ABI argues that without stronger incentives, measurement and accountability, there is a risk that this will not deliver consistent or meaningful improvements. They warn that this creates a disconnect between the regulated NIS economy and the wider unregulated economy, despite risks flowing directly between them. We know the wide, deep and prolonged effect of cyber attacks on M&S, JLR and Synovis. Yet JLR and M&S will be out of the scope of this bill, as the Commons Minister himself noted. Surely we need to take a whole of economy approach. We surely should include the public sector and economically significant sectors such as retail and manufacturing. In evidence to our Select Committee, UK Defence First also argued that the potential loss of control of satellite communications is a severe national risk, and that this bill should explicitly treat space assets as critical national infrastructure. Could the noble lady comment? DCIT has estimated that significant cyber attacks on businesses cost the UK almost £15 billion in 2024. The National Cyber Security Centre reported that nationally significant cyber incidents had more than doubled in a year. As ISC2 says, quote, it's no longer a question of if an organisation will be attacked, but when. ISACA, a global professional association focused on this area, emphasises that digital service providers, particularly cloud infrastructure, also represent a growing concentration of systemic risk. The financial sector is increasingly reliant on a small number of cloud providers. creating potential single points of failure across critical services. For example, evidence presented to the Treasury Committee highlighted that 73% of UK cloud services are provided by just 3 providers. There are warnings that cyber risk is inherently systemic. Disruption is rarely confined to a single organisation or sector, but is increasingly transmitted through supply chains, shared infrastructure, and third-party dependencies, which the noble lady made reference to. According to the Cybersecurity Breaches Survey, only 7% of UK businesses have formally reviewed the potential cybersecurity risk presented by their wider supply chain. In addition, it's reported that many SMEs may perceive that they are too small to be a target, yet government research has found that 50% of UK SMEs face some kind of cyber breach or attack in 2025. And it's also reported that for small businesses, a cyber incident can be existential. Roughly 60% of SMEs who fall victim to a cyber attack go out of business in 6 months. It's all very well, as the noble Lord just indicated, being outside regulation here if our SMEs simply go to the wall as a result of inadequate preparation and protection. Evidence to our Select Committee suggests that skills shortages are a key challenge for companies, especially SMEs and those in the public sector. Is that why the government has not included them here? But that leaves our economy wide open. That surely is not the right answer. Cyber education, training, apprenticeships, investment in skills must accompany regulatory reforms. And the regulators themselves will need to be properly resourced so that they can deal with their new responsibilities. And we know that public bodies have often found themselves dependent on aging digital systems with the risks from that. We also need to recognise the need for the highest level of leadership in this area in companies and other organisations. It cannot simply be left to IT departments. Cybersecurity must now be a major consideration at board level. We also need leadership from the government working with allies on intelligence sharing, common standards, coordinated responses to hostile activity and cooperation on investigation. We know we face increasing attacks from rogue states. It's spoken of now as being low-level warfare, and we've seen the effect in many other countries as democracies are under attack. In conclusion, although we welcome this bill, we are seriously concerned about its limitations. A start would be to align with the EU, which already recognises that a whole-of-economy approach is the right one. I look forward to the noble lady, the Minister's response.
Yeah. My Lords, the government's own cyber survey reports that 43% of UK businesses experienced a cyber attack last year, costing the UK economy an estimated £15 billion. Just a few examples of those many attacks. A deep fake video call cost Arup £20 million. Marks and Spencer's was attacked in Easter of last year, losing an estimated £300 million, and with operations only fully restored 3 months later. Most impactful of all, so far, Jaguar Land Rover suffered an attack, had to halt production for around 5 weeks, was unable fully to restore its supply chains for 4 months, and lost around £500 million. Moreover, the government had to step in and to guarantee a loan of £1.5 billion to stabilise JLR's extensive supply chain. Yet our economy, my lords, is barely touched by this bill, as Baroness Northover has just identified, I think. I think a lot of people, untutored, have a mental model of a technology platform as something you might offload off the back of an HGV. In reality, my lords, any technology platform, even in a medium-sized business, can be a highly complex network composed of hundreds of providers, any component of which can present a vulnerability. Just two examples amongst very many. The widespread reliance by providers on free-to-use but vulnerable open-source software maintained by volunteers, or the external software providers bolted onto a technology platform offering a myriad of services, for example, payroll, finance, logistics, e-commerce, or customer relationship management. There is a possible vulnerability in every part of this complex network of providers, with many doors to pry open. And once one door is opened by a bad actor, my lords, a fraudster, a foreign power, a hacktivist, or a ransom gang, the potential to explore and to disable much or all of the whole system is possible. Entry can be through a clever phishing email, perhaps AI personalized with stolen data, or through application network and infrastructure vendors failing to close down vulnerabilities immediately they are identified. A frightening example, my lords, a Chinese entity was able to penetrate a large number of services provided by Microsoft to the US government. As a result, among many, the mailboxes of the Secretary of Commerce and the US ambassador to China were read. In a coruscating report, the Cyber Safety Review Board, the US government agency that investigated the breach, concluded that, and I quote, Microsoft's security culture was inadequate, that the incident resulted from, and I quote again, a cascade of Microsoft's avoidable errors. We need to act now, my lords, to protect our wider economy as well as our public sector institutions. I am not a technologist, but for 3 decades I have had to deal constantly with digital technologies and technologists from a position of authority in many large organizations, both in the public and private sectors at national, European and global level. And I have discussed this bill extensively with technology and cyber experts that I know and respect, and it has become perfectly clear to me that the bill as constructed does not begin to match the threats that we in the UK face, and threats that will only grow, my lords. For instance, AI will increasingly empower malign reconnaissance, enabling attacks that probe, diagnose and bypass defenses. And at some point, quantum computing, with its awesome power, will fatally undermine our current approach to encryption. This is a highly demanding and ever-changing environment, my lords, and it is frankly preposterous to suppose that the 12 existing sector-specific regulators of our national infrastructure can acquire and constantly update the knowledge effectively to regulate cyber resilience. So, my lords, I conclude emphatically that we need a single, focused, dedicated and expert regulator, which I suggest we call the Office for Cyber Resilience, the OCR, to span both the public and private sectors, both organizations and, vitally, those who supply them with the technologies that they use. And for clarity, my lords, the OCR should also regulate the national infrastructure providers. First, I propose that the OCR should regulate platform and software providers to ensure that they sell and vouchsafe secure products up front and update them immediately when vulnerabilities become apparent. This doesn't happen at the moment. The Office for Product Safety and Standards does that in the UK for consumer goods, and the Vehicle Certification Agency does it for cars. Why not protection for our vital technology? Second, companies and institutions of a significant size are currently required under statute to face an annual external audit, the purpose of which is to maintain high standards in financial reporting and corporate governance under a code set by the FRC, the Financial Reporting Council. I propose, my Lords, that we should extend the remit of that audit under the auspices of the OCR to report on the audited organisations and its suppliers' management of cybersecurity, and thus bring company boards clearly into play. Third, and finally, my Lords, touched on a little earlier, we need to professionalise the skills of the cyber and IT community, which are highly variable. Every profession that I'm aware of which can have a significantly adverse impact on individuals or society faces a hierarchy of qualification before they can operate at different levels, whether physician, lawyer, chartered accountant, architect, or airline pilot. How far across the economy would the OCR's remit reach? It would extend precisely to the same extent as the obligation to have a statutory audit, that is, to companies with an annual turnover of about £15 million and with an excess of 50 employees. And a statistic for Earl Effingham, the surprise perhaps would be that that would only mean 2% of UK companies, but those companies would represent around 70 to 80% of the UK economy. My Lords, to conclude, we simply must be bolder. We must take the opportunity that this bill presents better to enable every kind of organisation in the UK to withstand this ever-growing and deeply destructive threat of cyber attack.
My Lords, what a pleasure it is to follow such an interesting and constructive speech, and I do hope the Noble Lord will take full part in the committee stage of this bill. I declare my interest as chairman of the technology company Thales UK's advisory panel, and I'd like to thank the Noble Lady, the Minister, for the briefing she gave us a couple of months back, which was extremely helpful. The best legislation has a permeating principle, a principle which helps to explain the purpose of the new law and which helps to inspire obedience to and observance of the new law. Yesterday, the Joint Committee on the National Security Strategy held an evidence session about deterrence in an age of Russian aggression, in which one of the witnesses, Professor Bettina Rentz, Professor of International Security at the University of Nottingham, told us that the key thing that should be included in this bill is that it should hold vendors of software accountable for the reliability and security of their product, which rather follows on from what the Noble Lord, Lord Burt, has just been saying. That, after all, is what we do with cars. When Kieran Martin was the head of the NCSC, it was one of his overall aims, but that is not what this bill does. This bill doesn't have a permeating principle. It's a bit of a muddle. Winston Churchill might have said that this pudding has no theme. My noble friend, the Noble Earl Effingham, asked about strategy, and he was absolutely right to do so. The bill draws in some sectors, but not others, without any clear explanation of the difference between those it includes and those it excludes. In another place, the Shadow Secretary of State for Science, Information and Technology, Julia Lopez, said that she supported the bill but feared it might not work in practice. I too support the bill, but fear it might not work in principle. My Lords, we live in an age where everything is connected to everything else. Drawing dividing lines, for example, between the private sector, some of which is included and some of which is excluded, and the public sector, which is excluded, is perilous and leads to incomprehension of the law. And that set of unclear distinctions also ignores the effect of cascade. During lockdown, a health crisis turned into an education crisis, with exam results becoming an unexpected casualty of COVID, when everything is dependent on computers, and the public sector is dependent on the private sector and vice versa. It is unwise for new legislation to specify rigid demarcations. My Lords, those taking part in this debate have received many useful briefing notes from the Association of British Insurers, correctly drawing attention to the great value in behavioural terms of insurance, which can have a real impact on resilience of all types, as well as cyber resilience. From the News Media Association about the real danger posed by bots, which now form 50% of all internet traffic, and it's accelerating fast. From Zurich Re, correctly identifying the huge role played by SMEs in the cyber security sector, yet worrying about the ability of SMEs to bear the demands of regulation, not least in reporting incidents within 72 hours, and many more helpful briefings. I mentioned also the Computer Misuse Act. I know the government is committed to reforming that act in the coming National Security Bill, as the noble Lord Clement Jones has been demanding for many a year now. But the CyberUp's campaign on this is a long-running one, far too long-running. And while talking about cyber security professionals, because that's the point of amending the Computer Misuse Act, in order to give cyber professionals proper protection, I'll bring in a very helpful briefing from ISC2. This bill will dramatically increase the demand for cybersecurity professionals, even though there is currently a significant shortage of them. And as I understand it, the number of cybersecurity positions in government that are currently vacant is 50%. That is horrifying. 58% of UK organisations have a critical or significant skills need, and 87% of teams have experienced at least one consequence due to skills needs. The members of ISC2 have said that the biggest impediment to their complying with cyber legislation and regulation is a shortage of skills. So what does this legislation do to increase those skills? And could we have a look at defining the meaning of a skilled person in this bill? The shortage of such skills is likely to be exacerbated by there being 12 different regulators. And here again, I rather echo what the noble Lord Burt has said. And there's going to be a risk of potential duplication of regulation, even potentially contradictory regulation. What's an organisation meant to do if one regulator requires that it does one thing, but another regulation that requires that it does not? Will the government ensure that regulators adopt common forms of evidence for demonstrating compliance and common cybersecurity standards? And how does the legislation take into account the fact that many organisations will be subject to foreign legislation as well? And here I agree with, and on many other things, what the noble Lady Baroness Northover said about encouraging alignment with the European Union. How are we learning from overseas experience? So, as I say, this is a well-meaning but muddled attempt to deal with an exceptionally fast-moving, difficult problem. Governments always find it hard to keep up with the pace of technology. So, is it really right to say that we should only re-examine this bill every 5 years? The Secretary of State should have to report to Parliament earlier than every 5 years. I know I sound a bit miserable, but I do support this bill, I really do, but it could do better, and we'll have a lot of work to do in committee.
My Lords, the Government's whole-of-society approach to national security rightly recognises that resilience is not delivered by the state alone. It's delivered through partnership between government, regulators, industry, communities and, crucially, the private sector. Cyber resilience is no exception. It requires every bit of the infrastructure to play its part. Those who defend networks, those who regulate standards, and those who help organisations recover when incidents occur. So I welcome the bill, and I note the broad support that it has received across the resilience sector as a good start. The bill makes important progress in strengthening incident reporting, modernising the NIST framework and placing greater obligations on essential service providers, digital services and critical suppliers. I particularly welcome the inclusion of managed service providers with the regulatory regime. As other Lords have mentioned, more and more organisations rely on MSPs to keep them paced with the changing nature of the threat and their ever-expanding tools required to remain secure. Without them, many businesses and parts of our critical national infrastructure would struggle to access the expertise needed to keep themselves safe. But at the same time, MSPs can present a potential vulnerability because of the privileged access that they often hold to other clients' infrastructure. The bill is right to recognise this, and I'm pleased to see them brought into scope. My Lords, in welcoming the bill, I must also point to what I think is a significant omission and for which I will focus my remarks, and that is that there's no mention of the insurance sector in the bill, nor any real mention really of the point that private sector can play. I raise this not as a criticism, because I think there's ample opportunity to put this right and to enhance the bill's ambition. The bill already expands incident reporting and increases the volume and quality of cyber incident data available to regulators and to public authorities, and that is an excellent step forward. But if the purpose of the bill is to improve our understanding of cyber risk and strengthen resilience across the economy, then it's worth asking whether we should also enable structured, anonymised incident data to be shared with the insurance sector and others who can use it. Because the purpose of this data is to provide a clear picture of the threat, and so it's important that we share this as widely as possible to those who can help protect us. And so I ask the Minister to consider this. This would not be an extension to the bill, this would be an extension to the bill, not a departure from it. It would build on the reporting architecture that the bill already creates, and it would do so in a way that supports the government's whole-of-society approach to resilience. And the principle is simple. Better data enables better modelling enables better pricing and strengthens resilience, and better pricing increases access to cyber insurance and strengthens resilience across the entire economy. And cyber insurance is already an important part for keeping business safe. We know that it enables us to transfer financial risk so that it's shared between businesses and the private sector rather than just being borne by the taxpayer. And I'm sure we'd all agree that cyber incidents and the cost of recovery should, in most cases, fall upon those organisations affected. As my Lords know, insurance remains one of the most effective and economically efficient ways of achieving this. But insurance does not just pay out after an incident, it changes our behaviour before one. So to secure affordable premiums, organisations are required to adopt practical cyber hygiene measures such as multi-factor authentication, timely patching, network segmentation and robust incident planning. And these requirements are not set in stone, but change as the threat evolves. Beyond legislation which will mandate a change in behaviour, there are very few other ways to incentivise the scale and pace of the behavioural change that is required to improve our resilience than insurance. We have locks on our doors, safety features in our cars and sprinklers in our buildings because insurers encouraged and rewarded these measures. And I think it has the same potential to play the same role in cyber resilience. It's worth noting that Cyber Essentials, which my Minister mentioned in her opening remarks, is believed to be held by just 1% of all businesses. And while the growth rate is increasing, I think it would take decades to get to the point where Cyber Essentials is going to provide us with the level of resilience that we need. So we need to do something different, and we need to incentivise things in a different way. So cyber insurance, as we also know, helps mitigate the moral hazard where organisations assume that they will underinvest in security because government or someone else will bear the consequences. And the risk to our economy makes this unsustainable. My Lords, independent analysis commissioned by the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, who sponsored this bill, shows that cyber attacks impose almost £15 billion of economic harm on the United Kingdom every year. That's equivalent to 1 month's NHS expenditure, almost the entire annual policing budget, 30 new hospitals, or more than 3 decades of universal breakfast clubs for every primary school child. It's enough to wipe out an entire year's profit for vast numbers of British businesses. Yet, only a small proportion of that national cyber risk is insured. Based on the department's own modelling data, together with that of the Association of British Insurers and Lloyd's of London, it's estimated that the UK cyber insurance market currently covers approximately 700 billion of annual losses. In other words, less than 5% of the economic harm caused by cyber insurance incidents is insured. More than £14 billion of losses, therefore, falls directly on businesses, public services, and in some circumstances, the taxpayer. We all know last year that Marks & Spencer's had cyber insurance and reportedly made a claim of around 100 million following their cyber incident, where Jaguar Land Rover did not have any cyber insurance, and in the end, the government had to step in and provide a loan. As the frequency and the severity of cyber events increases, it's in our interest to increase insurance take-up. The bill introduced strengthening reporting obligations. Named suppliers will be required to report significant incidents within 24 hours, fully report within 72 hours, and the bill expands the definition of a reportable incident to include pre-positioning attacks, significant near misses. And incidents are likely to have substantial impacts even where disruption has not occurred. It must be permissible for regulators to share this information across public authorities and with insurance companies, creating a more coherent national understanding of cyber risk. If we accept that it's possible to share in some circumstances, I think it must be possible for us to consider that it could be shared in others. Lloyd's of London, the ABI, brokers including Marsh Aon and Willis Towers have all warned that scarcity of reliable data is one of the principal constraints on market and product development. So why would we not want to facilitate improvement in cover as well? Market analysis suggests that there's potential for the global cyber insurance market to expand annually by 25%. If the UK were to capture even a modest share of that growth, our domestic cyber insurance market could expand from its current value of around 700 million to well over 2 billion in a few years. And this would be more highly skilled jobs in London and maintain our position as London as the leading world centre for specialist insurance. My Lords, the bill sets us in the right direction, but we do have an opportunity to ensure that insurance is properly recognised as part of the resilience community. And I believe that by enabling structured, timely, anonymised data to be shared, it would be a modest extension of the bill, but would have the capacity to deliver enormous change to the cyber resilience of our country. And I hope the government would consider this as the bill progresses through the House.
My Lords, I support this bill. I think I rather agree with those who have spoken previously that it's not particularly ambitious in its aims, but it is a successful, I think, largely useful piece of legislation, modest in aims and liable to serve us, I think, for a period. What it doesn't do, I think, is look forward very much. The threat landscape is deteriorating. I'm not going to describe it, which has been done well by others. But the criminals and indeed other state operators are leaders in technology adoption, and we can be sure that AI is going to be used against us, and we must be in a position to exploit it ourselves. So I think that one of the conclusions I draw from the discussion so far is that we are going to have to learn somehow to both legislate and make policy faster than we're doing at the moment. This bill has taken a long time to get through the Commons, and I hope it's not going to take so long to get through this House, because we are already, I suspect, behind the curve again. Secondly, I think we have to learn to be willing to experiment and to change course if it's not working. You can take many views on the subject of whether we should have sectoral regulation or whether we should have a single regulator. There are arguments in both directions. I'm, on the whole, at the moment, willing to try sectoral regulation, which brings with it potentially more flexibility, also more complexity. But if it doesn't work, it does seem to me we need to be prepared actually to say this isn't working and we're going to do something different. So change of gear and willingness to change gear does seem to me to be something that we are going to have to come to terms with and actually be prepared to say, when it is the case, that we haven't got it quite right. I think the thrust of the bill is certainly in the right direction, and I'm going to focus on some of the more detailed points in the drafting, where I think we will need to try and accomplish some improvements. There's quite a lot of looseness in the drafting which needs tightening up. If we take a couple of examples, terms like managed service provider and critical supplier, as well as actually the very wide definition of the notion of incident, all these need greater precision. To avoid the word, things like incident, becoming a way in which companies that have no particular involvement get tangled up in regulation. And if a part of a company, for instance, provides managed services, we need to know, and the company needs to know, whether the whole company is caught in the bill or whether it is simply that part which provides managed services. So there's plenty of implementation detail which we will need to have a closer fix on. I'm willing to support the notion that to give the government the power to fill in the detail and update the law through secondary legislation, because it seems to me we can't always have primary legislation doing everything. However, I think we have to have a duty to consult written into this bill for it to be a safe proposition. So one of the things I would like to know from the Minister is what is the timetable for secondary legislation, and will the government be willing to consult when it comes to actually putting that through? It seems to me it's going to be a very substantial part of this particular bill. I've got a couple of comments that I want to make about the effects of the scope of the bill. First of all, with the exception of service providers, who are classed as critical suppliers, and data centre, the bill, as other people have remarked, is exclusively concerned with the public sector. But as the government minister and indeed others have pointed out, some of the biggest losses have occurred actually in the private sector. I don't need to describe them because they already have been. The government may argue that it properly seeks not to regulate the private sector, and I certainly have pretty considerable sympathy with that. But it isn't satisfactory from the point of view of the taxpayer that the government had to bail out with public finance JLR, Jaguar Land Rover. And I don't think, that under current conditions, that breach, which was expensive, is likely to be the last one with sizable financial effect. The government has recognised the problem and is encouraging the private sector companies to make a pledge to improve the management of cybersecurity at board level, and I'm all in favour of that. Improving reporting of in the corporate code and increasing activity by the audit committee, whose members, I think, if they're properly equipped with cyber expertise, will make a valuable contribution. And all of that is part of the way we must move forward. But I don't think, having said all that, that private sector private sector security self-help, while essential, is not sufficient. So what should we do? Well, the government correctly tells us that its first duty is the defence and security of the nation. And cyber security strategy, which I do know something about, having been involved in it, was founded on the proposition that the protection of the economy involved active partnership between public and private sectors. Now, the NCSC does a vital job in increasing understanding about the threat and giving advice and guidance on countering it. But I think it could do an even more important and larger job. It was intended at the outset to be more public-facing than is currently the case. And it has, I think, to some extent retreated from its previous public start. I would like to see NCSC re-emerge from the shadows with more threat analysis, advice and guidance, and its funding increased to do this. It would be particularly helpful, in my view, to SMEs, and we've all been worried about their access to expertise and the cost to them, which is not insignificant, of security, that it should be somehow alleviated. And they are valuable to us. You know, small companies do provide very important parts of larger systems. So if the NCSC were to be a much more active security partner to the corporate world, there would be a strong case, in my view, for financial support from the private sector to it, to make it actually a much more a joint enterprise. I do urge the government to put their intelligence capabilities to greater effect in supporting the private sector in raising its level of security. I don't think this is beyond us, and I think we ought to trying to do something where there is much closer cooperation between public and private sectors. And the banking world, though different, does give us some pointers in the way in which that could be done. Now, secondly, within the public sector, the scope of the bill is puzzlingly selective. I think other speakers have touched on this. Now, there is palpable anxiety among the general public about the security of one login and accessing government services safely, and I think this is the moment when the government could increase confidence. But not all government services are covered. Take an example. DWP has in its possession detailed personal, not to say intimate, information about its clients and beneficiaries. Surely it's a candidate for coverage, but it isn't. So I would like to ask the Minister what the criteria are that govern whether a public sector service is covered or not. Because on the face of it, I don't think selectivity looks at all wise. Now, the government's chosen, as has been...
Excuse me, could I just gently remind that it's an 8-minute advisory backbench time?
Conclude. The bill let me just say that the bill recognises the need for regulatory cooperation, and it's certainly going to be very important if that's made to work. I also agree with those who think that we should be aligning with things like NIS2 to reduce the potential conflict between ourselves and other international regulators. My last thought is that we need to ensure that that the level of security approach to the risk posed, another definitional issue in the bill, needs actually to be pinned down. So there's a great deal in the bill which we will want to talk about, I think, at committee stage, to make it actually something where those who are implemented know exactly where their limits lie. Thank you.
My Lords, this is proving a fascinating and a valuable debate, recognising the many strengths of this bill, what could be tweaked and what perhaps is missing as we look ahead. Let me begin with the strengths, and we heard from Lord Effingham that this bill builds on the work of the previous government and commands cross-party support. We've just heard from Baroness Neville-Rolfe that national security is, of course, the first obligation of government. and this is unarguably an important step in protecting the nation against cyber criminals, hacktivists and hostile states. It will quite simply make the UK a better place to live, to work and to do business. We've heard already from Lord Burt about the economic impact of cyber attacks, and from my noble friend the Minister about the 11,000 NHS appointments that are lost to cyber attacks. So it therefore seems very timely that we have this bill that will cover more essential services, improve regulatory effectiveness and speed up responses to cyber threats. It's clearly desirable that we have a stronger board-level responsibility around cyber. It's got to be right that data centres are now included in the bill, helping maintain the UK's position as a global destination for secure data hosting and for innovation. And the focus on high-impact firms means that small companies will not be unduly burdened. As my noble friend the Minister made clear, this is part of a wider national security effort that includes a cyber action plan for the public sector, a forthcoming cyber action plan for business, the Cyber Essentials Certification Scheme, free cyber security support from NCS, and all of these measures will help contribute to our cyber security. In future, the 24-hour incident reporting system will mean that regulated entities have to notify customers impacted by incidents. And the tougher penalties for breaches will modernise enforcement and I hope improve the uptake of cyber insurance in the way Baroness Paul has indicated is so vital. We've got to hope that together this will mean in future cutting corners will no longer be cheaper than doing the right thing. Nevertheless, given the speed at which new cyber threats are emerging, the bill does, I think, try and strike a reasonable balance between maintaining parliamentary oversight and ensuring the government can act quickly as required. Let me turn to the question of tweaks, and many of them have been touched on, so I'll not dwell further on them. We heard from Lord Arbuthnot about the importance of the workforce, the increasing demand for cybersecurity skills. So can I ask the Minister if the proposed codes of practice will include a framework for workforce development and training? Secondly, as many noble lords have touched upon, is the scope of the bill. I do have some sympathy for Baroness Northover about the case for closer alignment with EU regulations when we have British companies operating and complying with EU legislation in the areas that are covered. I also think a broader scope would drive the sort of behavioural change that my noble friend Baroness Paul cited. I note that the Minister has already said that secondary legislation is available to expand the scope in future, but I look forward to her comments on why not now perhaps a broader scope given the groundswell already in this debate, and also perhaps a particular look at public administration, local government in particular, given the scale and sensitivity of data and the essential nature of public services. Thirdly, I want to touch on something else that has been widely noted already, the risks associated with having 12 regulators. Now, I appreciate that the government's intent is minimising regulatory upheaval. There is, of course, a balance to be struck here. Lord Burt approached the issue of risk from the desire and the need to ensure expertise. If I can look at it perhaps through the risk of the duplication. At lunchtime today, I was speaking at a NED event that was hosted by a US law firm which counts amongst its clients a major cloud provider, insurance companies, professional services firms, and a board effectiveness practice that works with both public and private sector organisations. The strong consensus in the room was that a common cyber security standard across all regulators, upon which appropriate sector-specific requirements could be layered, merits consideration. And I think this approach may be in the spirit of the government's own amendments tabled in the other place to streamline reporting and avoid unnecessary complexity. So I hope that issue is given further consideration. My Lords, in my few remaining minutes, I want to touch on what is not in the bill. As others have noted, Technology is advancing faster than government frameworks can keep pace. This bill was published last year, just as it became clear that AI was tipping the advantage to attackers. Attackers only need to succeed once, whilst defenders potentially need to patch millions of users. And there's currently no technology to automate patching at the pace that is required. So the bill perhaps needs to say more on the role of integrating AI tools into cyber defences. Arguably, the bill has an AI-shaped hole, although I'm encouraged that the incoming Prime Minister has signalled a fresh look at AI regulation. Even Sam Altman, faced with a capricious president, has come round, writing last week in the FT that citizens and their elected representatives must make the rules. And we've also seen the Five Eyes Intelligence Partnership in a very rare joint communique last month warning that the West's adversaries were just within months of developing cyber attacks that could overwhelm the defences of governments and companies, and noting that AI frontier models will fundamentally transform cyber capabilities. All of this is now with us, and so raising our defensive capability in the face of this rising AI functionality is going to be essential. Our spy chiefs are asking Western companies to use AI models to strengthen their defences. Now, I fully appreciate that the government is completely across this threat landscape. So the question, my lords, are how do we collectively legislate or regulate in such a threat landscape? Some suggestions, which I think we can consider in the committee stage, is that perhaps advanced AI providers could be designated as covered entities under the bill. Secondly, since the impact of AI in the cyber field is increasingly systemic rather than sector-specific, perhaps we do need that common AI cybersecurity guidance supporting all regulators in this fast-moving landscape as they then layer on the needs of their sector. Thirdly, perhaps there should be an AI field in the mandatory incident reporting regime. And finally, we should perhaps think about an AI oversight framework giving NCSC more teeth and ACE a more coordinating role. So in conclusion, as widely recognised, this bill will support our economy, our people, and make the country safer. It's part of a package, it's a crucial building block rather than the final destination, and I strongly commend it to the Chamber.
My Lords, I think there's a risk of agreement breaking out at this juncture. I too very much welcome the cybersecurity bill and agree with others who've raised the emissions. Nothing for the private sector, nothing on local authorities. It's focused on the size of service provider rather than risk, and in doing so failing to learn from the battles during the Online Safety Act, which established beyond doubt that the size of a company does not equate to the risk it poses in any system. There's no mandate for executive responsibilities as in NIS2 in Europe, and all of these things feel like critical omissions. But above all, there is nothing on AI, as we've just heard, and that's where I will focus my remarks. My Lords, in February, Darktrace, a cybersecurity firm based in Cambridge, surveyed cybersecurity professionals and found 73% of them reporting that AI-powered threats are already significantly impacting their organisations. 9 out of 10 said they needed major upgrades to their defences. Only weeks ago, the US government instructed Anthropic to withdraw 2 frontier models, going from a zero regulation of AI to a 100% ban within 90 minutes. This was on the understanding that they posed a national security threat with capabilities that experts anticipate will be mirrored by other frontier models, including the Chinese, within months. My Lords, it seems extraordinarily ill-advised, therefore, that AI is not front and centre of the bill. Clearly, this is a decision rather than an omission. So when she responds, can the Noble Lady, the Minister, explain why, given the scale of the cybersecurity threat presented by AI, the government has chosen not to identify it and tackle it explicitly in the bill? The absence of AI from the bill also means the absence of the AI Security Institute. AC is recognised globally as world leading, yet since this government came to power, it has been renamed from Safety to Security Institute. We have heard repeatedly from insiders that they have been instructed not to upset the Americans. And most recently, a decision was made to fold its societal resilience team, including psychological harms, child safety, environmental harms, synthetic media abuse, and faults with using AI for hiring, police, and credit scoring, in favour of the existential threat agenda, which frontier companies prefer to discuss, because industry prefers to talk about the harms of the future rather than the ones that are here right now. My Lords, I sit on the Joint Committee for National Security Strategy, and I simply cannot overstate the repeated cries from the security experts for society-wide resilience and a broader definition of security, including information integrity and digital sovereignty. They understand that threats to security are structural, multifaceted, and need constant oversight. So I asked the Noble Lady, the Minister, why are we not using this bill to strengthen and empower AC as an independent statutory body, to ensure the safety and security of the nation, and to provide a constant source of wisdom and expertise over AI across all domains, with a statutory remit that allows them to investigate the full spectrum of unsafe security risks and mandatory rules for AI safety training and reporting of security incidents directly to them. My Lords, it is easy to dismiss these issues as outside the cybersecurity remit, but that is not the case. I was recently at a conference about agentic AI last week, where medical researchers showed that in 51% of cases, when a person should go to hospital, AI told them not to. This has profound consequences for the health of a nation. More chilling still, the same experts pointed out that as AI becomes integrated with health records and prescribing systems, that a malign actor or hostile state could, in one fell swoop, manipulate the online prescriptions of an entire nation. Similarly, in my conversations with specialist police, they've said they're extremely worried about the way digital services are fueling an ever-growing pipeline of extremists. Yet recent research by the Centre of Counting Digital Hate shows that 8 out of 10 chatbots are willing to plan a school shooting or an attack on a synagogue. And for the first time in 2025, automated traffic overtook human traffic online, much of it concealing its identity, leaving operators unable to distinguish benign automation from hostile traffic. And it enables the mass harvesting of data used to facilitate a future cyber attack at scale. As non-human traffic climbs, our exposure to cyber attacks grows with it. At best, the bill is unclear how these sorts of harms impact on our security, and it adds to the mishmash of provisions and Secretary of State powers taken in several previous bills. At worst, these issues are not covered at all. In the other place, the Minister said the bill is technology agnostic. But can the Noble Lady, the Minister, explain what that means in practice? AI is not simply another risk to be regulated. It changes the nature, the speed, and the scale of cyber attacks themselves. 2 weeks ago, I and several other noble lords received a briefing from the Institute for AI Policy and Strategy and the Centre for Long-Term Resilience. They are at the forefront of tracing emerging technologies and threats, and they set out a clear strategy built around 4 ideas: delay, defend, detect, and disrupt. They have practical proposals under each heading to improve the bill that would give us greater oversight, greater transparency, narrow the spectrum of risk, and neutralise the risk. But as it stands, the Secretary of State, as she has done on so many occasions, has taken powers to herself rather than offering Parliament a coherent plan of action. In short, my lords, the greatest omission in the bill is that it focuses primarily on what a limited set of companies and service providers should do, and too little on the resilience of the wider digital system. My lords, over the last 2 years, we have seen the way in which dependencies on US tech have muted our ability to protect children, creatives, make our NHS and government data vulnerable, and our economy vulnerable. A truly secure cyber policy is a sovereign one, in which gives the government control over key chokeholds in the system, oversight over critical infrastructure, whilst encouraging a far greater range of providers, retains valuable data in the UK, prioritises UK tech companies, and deliberately works alongside other middle powers by building relationships in which we are a rule maker rather than a rule taker. That, to my mind, is the real opportunity presented by this bill. It is an opportunity that is yet to be realised.
My lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the noble lady Baroness Kidron, and her points about digital sovereignty are ones that I will come back to. But I thank the noble lady, the Minister, also for introducing this bill. And I have been reflecting back. I'm approaching my 8th year in your Lordship's house, and we have come a long way. About 7 years ago, I was standing behind the bar, and a member of your Lordship's house, who shall remain nameless, sidled up to me and said, "They're talking about catfishing. I gather that doesn't mean being beside a river with a rod." And I said, "No, you're right. Well done, well worked out. But we have come a long way." But of course, the world has changed an enormous amount in those 8 years. And the message we've got from all corners of your Lordship's house today is that the government is not keeping up, and your Lordship's house is going to try and have to do its best to keep up for it and push the government in those ways. Now, the noble lady, the Minister, in the introduction talked about data centres as being a key part of the modern world. Their security, of course, has very reliant on water and energy supplies, just as all of our security is being impacted by their consumption of those supplies. Something we really haven't talked about yet but need to think about a lot is we tend to think about these information systems and networks as being up in the cloud, but of course they are very much physically down to earth and dependent on all of our natural physical systems, and that cannot be forgotten. But I'm going to focus mostly on 2 areas of concern that are missing or inadequately covered in this bill in terms of our network and information systems. Now, there is literally, right at this moment on Trafalgar Square, a Trojan horse. A reminder in mythological form to beware of Greeks bearing gifts, at least if they've just been besieging your city. I put it to the government that this is a parallel that they should be considering. Beware of Silicon Valley tech bros bearing shiny, undeliverable promises with large lobbying budgets and frighteningly undemocratic values that bear allegiance to a state of doubtful levels of democracy and consistency. I do also just want to respond directly to the noble Lord Burt, who spoke about the risks of open source software volunteer run. Of course, it's very possible to question which is the greater risk, a Silicon Valley tech bro or a whole lot of people who are trying to work for the common good. We might debate that as we go along. But what we are talking about, as the noble lady Baroness Kidron identified, we are talking about digital sovereignty. And I draw your lordship's house to amendment tabled by my honourable friend Sian Berry in the other place that wasn't debated down there, about calling for the government to have a digital sovereignty strategy. It says the government must have and maintain this, which sets out the government's assessment of risks to network and information systems arising from a dependence on hardware, software or digital services that may be subject to foreign interference of the kind that the noble lady Baroness Kidron referred to in terms of AI systems, extraterritorial legal requirements that may be imposed on non-domiciled suppliers, and vulnerabilities, undue control or supply chain dependency on foreign states and entities. So, my lords, I think this is something that I'm sure everyone in your lordship's house knows what I'm talking about, but I'm just going to pick one example as a case study. A company whose place in our society, the values of its founders, owners and leaders give great rise to concern in Parliament and with the public. I'm talking, of course, about Palantir. Last month, the Science, Innovation and Technology Committee warned it is often the only company capable of providing what's known as middleware, which is relied on by many public bodies. The committee also identified Microsoft and Amazon Web Services, and let's focus on this. These are, you don't even need the fingers of one hand to count the absolutely central suppliers here, that they were putting us at the mercy of foreign actors. And the committee very explicitly called for the government to exercise the 2027 break clause in the NHS Federated Data Platform contract, ideally to develop an in-house replacement. So that's one sovereign issue. I also want to raise a second sovereign issue, which faces towards perhaps a more obvious international danger, one that the government, I hope, will not deny. And that is, as was debated in the other place, the need for a critical safeguard in this bill for an anti-transnational repression amendment. Now, I happen to know that the noble Lord Alton of Liverpool, who cannot be with us today, unfortunately, intends to table an amendment as we progress this legislation, because at the moment this bill creates a dangerous loophole. It permits the sharing of highly sensitive network and information systems data with overseas authorities without checking if those authorities operate within a system that guarantees legal standards and human rights. There needs to be a rule that says, let's check and think before we share. Now, it's important to say that this is not an actor-specific measure. It's a universal principle-based safeguard that would apply to any regime anywhere in the world that rejects the rule of law. It requires the Secretary of State to actively consult subject matter experts and civil society groups to identify compromised jurisdictions. We have to be realistic about the state of the world now, and authoritarian states have a long and troubling track record of using international structures, such as Interpol notices, for example, to mask political persecution under the guise of criminal justice. I should perhaps declare at this point that until recently I was co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group in Hong Kong, so I will focus briefly on the issue of China. UN special rapporteurs have pointed out the issues there, and we cannot assume that so-called safe third countries will protect dissidents. Countries like Spain have authorised extraditions to China. Cyprus has accepted individual quote-unquote assurances. And countries like Hungary and Serbia are actively deepening judicial cooperation with Beijing. Now, the UK, of course, has suspended its formal treaty with Hong Kong, but recent proposed changes to the Extradition Act of 2003 open the door to case-by-case ad hoc arrangements. And it's worth saying that NIS data includes IP addresses, digital fingerprints, and user-level logs. The concern doesn't just rely on extradition. This allows authoritarian states to identify dissidents in the UK, and we know that transnational repression against those dissidents has been a growing concern, of great concern to diaspora communities and human rights defenders. So, my lords, this bill needs a lot of work, as very many people have said, and there's really foundational work here that needs to be done.
My Lords, this bill sits squarely within the wider national security and preparedness agenda that this House has repeatedly returned to in recent months since the publication of the Strategic Defence Review. We have spoken often about the interlocking nature of modern threats: geopolitical instability, climate shocks, pressure on critical infrastructure, and the growing complexity of our digital systems. This bill is therefore not a narrow technical measure. It is a national security bill, and it deserves to be treated as such. Every essential service in the United Kingdom, whether that be our energy grids, our water systems, our transport networks, our hospitals, our financial services, now depend on digital infrastructure. The boundary between physical and digital security has dissolved. A cyber attack on a hospital is not an IT problem, it is a threat to life. A breach in a water company's control systems is not a data incident, it is a public health emergency. And a compromise in a major data centre or managed service provider can cascade and cause chaos across the economy in minutes. We have seen in recent years how ransomware attacks have disrupted patient care or student learning, how supply chain vulnerabilities have exposed critical national infrastructure, and how hostile actors, some criminal, some state-linked, have sought to test the resilience of our systems to destruction. The economic costs run into billions. The strategic cost is greater still: weakened confidence, reduced competitiveness, and a nation continually forced into reactive crisis management rather than forward-looking preparedness. My Lords, resilience is not a cost. It is a foundation stone of our national strength, and this bill is a necessary step in strengthening that foundation. The existing Network and Information Systems regulations introduced in 2018 were an important milestone. But the digital ecosystem has changed beyond recognition in the years since. Cloud computing, large-scale data centres, outsourced managed services and complex supply chains now underpin almost every aspect of our national life. The regulatory perimeters and safeguards put in place almost a decade ago have not kept pace with the reality of modern risks. This bill addresses that gap. It expands the scope of regulation to include data centres, managed service providers and critical suppliers. Crucially, it recognises that vulnerabilities often sit not in the frontline operator, but in the third-party services on which they depend. It strengthens incident reporting, ensuring that regulators receive timely, accurate information and that customers are informed when their services or data may be affected. It introduces statutory codes of practice, giving clarity to industry and consistency to regulators. And it provides modern enforcement and cost recovery powers, enabling regulators to act decisively when standards are not met. Crucially, the bill requires the Secretary of State to publish a statement of strategic priorities for cyber resilience. This is a significant and very welcome development. It aligns regulators, industry and public services around a shared national mission. It ensures that our approach to cyber resilience is not fragmented or reactive, but coherent, strategic and future-focused. And, my Lords, this bill is not simply about technology. It is about people. Cyber incidents disrupt lives, cancelled hospital appointments, delayed trains, compromised personal data, businesses unable to trade, local authorities unable to deliver essential services. The public rightly expect that the systems they rely on every day are secure. This bill helps us to continue to meet those expectations. It also fits squarely within the broader preparedness agenda that many of us in your Lordship's House have championed since the gracious speech. We have argued consistently for a whole system approach to resilience, one that recognises that national security considerations are not confined to the worlds of defence or intelligence, but include the stability of our infrastructure, the integrity of our supply chains, and the confidence of our citizens. Cyber resilience is now as fundamental as physical resilience. The two, my lords, cannot be separated. We have also emphasised the importance of place-based resilience. Local authorities, NHS trusts, utility companies and regional industries all depend on secure digital systems. A cyber incident in one part of the country can have national consequences. Strengthening digital resilience strengthens local resilience, and vice versa. And we continue to make the economic case. Secure systems underpin investment, innovation, and job creation. They are essential to the competitiveness of our industries and the stability of our financial markets. In a world where digital infrastructure is as critical as roads or railways, cyber resilience is now an economic imperative. And cyber resilience, my lords, is and must be a shared responsibility. Government, regulators, industry, public services and communities all have a role to play. This bill strengthens the framework within which that shared responsibility can be exercised. So this bill is timely and necessary, but it is not sufficient. Legislation alone cannot deliver the resilient digital nation we need to become. We must understand the current limitations of our sovereign digital capabilities and take urgent steps to address this major vulnerability. We must invest in skills, in innovation, and in the capacity of regulators. We must support industry to meet higher standards, and we must foster a culture of preparedness, one that anticipates risk rather than waits for crisis. I end with a brief reference to the motto of my home city of Newcastle upon Tyne. And I'm not, my lords, a Latin speaker, so I apologise to anyone if my pronunciation offends any of those in your lordship's chamber that are. Fortita defendit triumphans, or triumphing by brave defence, emblazoned across our city's crest, celebrates the victories won by the city in the 1600s against marauding invaders. It symbolises the city's ability to withstand such assaults through its collective spirit of preparedness and fortitude. The lesson I believe we can draw from the history of Newcastle for this modern age is that by strengthening the digital sinews that hold our country together, we strengthen the country itself. In the very act of doing so, we cast a defensive shadow against those who seek to do us harm and, ultimately, reduce the risk of attack in the first place. This bill, my lords, is an important step in that direction, and I'm pleased to support it today in your lordship's house.
My lords, I see I have gone down on the speakers list as Baroness Ludford first half, presumably in the expectation that I'll make the second half of my speech later. Only kidding, only kidding. I knew I would learn a lot in this debate, and I am not disappointed. I am no expert on cyber issues, and I'm only speaking because, firstly, it's an interesting as well as vital topic. Secondly, because my noble friend Lord Clement Jones is very persuasive. And thirdly, because the bill has prompted me to revisit my memory of being the victim of a cyber attack 13 years ago. I was involved as an MEP on the drafting of the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR. And I see the noble Lord Morris nodding in collective memory. I had sought to take a balanced approach, safeguarding personal data, but also not totally hampering digital services by overloading them with red tape. This middle way did not please a group of extremist hacktivists who labelled me an agent of big tech and launched a denial of service attack against my MEP website. It was successfully defended by the small firm which hosted my website, and indeed those of some Lib Dem MPs, including a coalition minister or two. And they kept all the logs for me, as I wanted to notify the police. I could not find anyone in the Met to speak to. So since I was in touch with Europol and its British director at the time, his chief of staff kindly spoke to old Met colleagues and got an inspector to ring me. This chap was not only uninterested, but cross that I had got rank pulled on him, and he did not deign to pursue any inquiry. I relate that anecdote to illustrate firstly that cyber resilience is a whole of society concern, which needs to bring in all of us non-experts, but secondly that the exclusion from the Bill of Public Sector Services is a worrying whole. Politicians and political parties, as well as the police, local authorities and others, are rather key players in the cybersecurity ecosphere, and I hope we will be exploring at further stages of this bill the government's rationale for exclusions. At second reading in the other place, Minister for Digital Government and Data Ian Murray agreed that cybersecurity, quote, is very much an economic growth issue, as we can see from the impact it has on our economy. Both Mr Murray and his DSIC colleague Kanisha Narayan cited the 15 billion a year cost of cyber attacks to UK businesses. But in response to calls to include private sectors like retail and manufacturing, and also small and medium-sized companies, Minister Narayan claimed that, quote, introducing blanket coverage for whole new sectors would create extensive regulatory burdens for more of our economy, stifling economic growth. So on the one hand, the government acknowledges the devastating cost to the economy of cybersecurity breaches of both public and private operators, but on the other hand, says including them in the bill would damage the economy. There's absolutely no logic to this. The sorely needed intent to boost the pipeline of professionals is of course welcome, but another thing the government could do on training is to protect the practice of ethical hacking as part of testing of networks, so that this workforce is as prepared as they possibly can be to combat weaknesses in cyber protection. Is this going to happen via reform and updating of the 1990 Computer Misuse Act? But the effort needs to encompass not only professionals, but all of us, non-techies, even oldies like me, given that the most common password in this country is apparently the word password. Much lip service is paid to addressing digital exclusion, but there are huge numbers of people, a lot of them old, but not all of them old, who have not received any training and are still left out. So how does the government plan to extend whole of society awareness of cyber safety to everyone living in this country and not just regard it as a limited legislative exercise? And while doing that, the government could surely not avoid the issue of cyber-enabled fraud, which is a multi-billion-pound epidemic in which criminals often compromise individual customers as a route into wider systems, but I don't think it's covered at all in this bill. The government's response to demands for the bill to place responsibilities on boards and senior executives has been as feeble as its muddle on the economic impact. Minister Narayan told the other place that last year the government wrote to chief executives requesting that they make cyber security a board-level responsibility. That, in my opinion, is a bit pathetic. With the consequences of neglect so clear, a request is simply not good enough. So the government should make cybersecurity a legal requirement on bosses, which would boost accountability. But alongside that, it could slim the bill's administrative load by clarifying responsibilities, definitions and thresholds, having a single unified reporting portal rather than 12 regulators, avoiding over-reporting, which will simply make the wood invisible for the trees, and including a duty to consult on secondary legislation, not just an option, among many other streamlining. Leaving the strategic priority statement to the government to draw up is a huge chunk of delegation. This bill is really a little bit of a mess, a combination of lots of executive power and lots of amending of the 2018 NIS regulations. It might have been better to write a whole, clean and comprehensive new bill.
Yeah.
We can no longer channel EU law into our jurisdiction because the European Communities Act was abolished. But in an era of alignment, indeed dynamic alignment, the disparities between the government's choices in the bill and the EU's proposed NIS 3 directive are puzzling, as my noble friend Baroness Northover and others have pointed out. Both to lighten the regulatory load on UK companies working across Europe and to facilitate cooperation with the EU, it would make sense to have a greater similarity between this bill and the EU's imminent new directive. But the bill is much more limited than the draft directive in its sectoral coverage and different in regulatory design, for instance, keeping different categories of regulated entities when the EU is bringing them all together and then distinguishing purely between essential or important. I am all for regulation being proportionate and flexible when that works, and I and some other British MEPs sought with some success to bring that into the GDPR. But can the Noble Lord the Minister be explicit about why the government has diverged rather decisively from the EU model and indeed left so much detail to executive discretion? And when it comes to the desired digital sovereignty, to avoid in future the servitude to US tech and the US government that the Mythos episode demonstrated, would it not make much more sense to work more closely with the EU so that British companies can help contribute to and benefit from a European market in digital commercial opportunities? I very much look forward to working with colleagues on these benches and across the House to improve this rather unambitious bill.
Yeah.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to take part in this debate on second reading. I'm not taking part because I was once hacked, but because I was very briefly the Cybersecurity Minister, which is almost as surprising as learning that I was once the Minister of Fashion. I think that several themes have emerged during this very interesting debate, and I always find it interesting to debate a bill on technology because the process of legislation is so ponderous and takes so long when digital technology moves so fast. And I think there is a recurring theme, of course, that everything is digital. So the other thing I always find odd when we debate legislation like this is how we seem to continue to work in silos. AI has been mentioned so many times, and AI is so important. But I do recognise the need to have legislation to provide the government with a framework, just as the Online Safety Act has provided the government with a framework on which we can move forward on online safety. And I'm less concerned about executive action and endless consultation, and I want to be able to have the government have the powers to move quickly in this important area. As an opening remark, I'll say something perhaps counterintuitive, which is cybersecurity, as well as being a threat, is also a great opportunity. And I think it's very important for us not to lose sight of the fact that the UK is one of the leading countries in the world in terms of cybersecurity expertise. We have a cluster of great companies built around GCHQ, and we mustn't lose sight, as we debate all these important issues, of the fact that we have great world-leading expertise which can actually contribute to the growth in our economy. When we talk about the Defence Investment Plan, for example, it's important to talk about the huge opportunities we potentially have in creating great defence tech companies. So we shouldn't lose sight of the opportunity to create great British cyber security companies, which goes to the point about potentially the whole debate about sovereignty and giving us our own capability. Let me begin by echoing a number of speeches as well about how important it is, I think, to work in lockstep with our EU partners. It is a piece of irony that this legislation emerges effectively from a European directive, one we were beginning to debate when I was the Cybersecurity Minister. And in fact, this legislation is necessary because we cannot transpose European legislation anymore directly into British legislation. But just as Baroness Ludford mentioned the GDPR, it is the fact that Brussels often can take the lead in regulation like this, and big multinational companies tend to look at the biggest regulatory space in order to adhere to it. So it is important that we are mindful of how Brussels plans to proceed in this area, even if we find areas where we can be more flexible. People have talked about our bad record in the UK on cybersecurity in terms of cybersecurity attacks. I suspect that is because we remain still, I think, the most digital nation in the EU, and the English language as well provides us weirdly with some kind of vulnerability. But we are at the forefront of cybersecurity attacks, and it's important that we have the legislation and the bodies capable of responding to them. Several themes have emerged. When I was the Cybersecurity Minister, we did begin the preparations for the National Cybersecurity Centre, and I thought that was incredibly important. I used to have a mantra that business in particular needed one front door that they could walk through in order to get the advice and expertise they needed to draw on to protect themselves. And we've talked constantly in this debate about 12 regulators, and I would echo the calls to provide a uniform platform for all those regulators, which can read across all the regulators, and they can add on top of that any sector-specific needs that they meet. But I also recognise the calls from many noble laws to say that this is perhaps an artificially constrained bill, focusing on only a few sectors, a few vital sectors that are important to protect, instead, as it were, seeing the whole picture and understanding, as many noble lords have said, that cybersecurity pervades everywhere. And there are so many different ways that we should look at how to protect ourselves in this age. One of which, of course, is we mustn't lose sight of the hardware. The noble Baroness, the Minister, spoke about software as a service. It's very important to remember that many of our public service providers, for example, still rely on aging infrastructure, which provides huge vulnerabilities to cybersecurity attacks. And I wonder whether the government has a strategy to update much of the hardware that's still being used. I was also interested in the remarks made about how vendors of software should be accountable, and I think that is a very important avenue to explore whether perhaps we could introduce kite marks and audits of software providers to ensure that they are providing as robust cyber-secure software as can be. And as the noble Baroness said, we can count on the fingers of one hand the main providers of the software that is used in the vast amount of businesses, and they also work with us, as it were, to be on the front line. It is interesting that this issue has become an issue of sovereignty. I'm fascinated by the debate about the use of Palantir, for example. Personally, I have no problem with working with Palantir. I think they provide a vital service, and I hope that the government will be cautious in listening to the siren calls of people who say don't work with these companies simply because we disagree with the slightly bizarre views of some of their chief executives. But nevertheless, it does call for the government perhaps to have a consistent story on this. One thought that occurred to me as the debate was continuing is what has happened to the debate about encryption. This is a dog that no longer seems to be barking. We had a very vigorous debate in the last few years about potential backdoors to encryption, about the security services being given, as it were, cyber keys to be able to access encrypted services like WhatsApp and Signal, and a big pushback from the tech industry about how that would create big cyber vulnerabilities. And I wonder whether the government has come to a settled view on that. And to return to the theme about the opportunities for the economy, the need to invest in cyber skills in our workforce is absolutely vital to create a cyber workforce, a cyber defence force that works to protect the country, but works to give companies the kind of skills base they need to make themselves secure. And again, I would echo the call from Baroness Ludford about boards. I was astonished to read in the House of Lords Library briefing that the number of board members with responsible for cyber has actually apparently fallen. I don't know if that is true, and I don't know whether it's possible to work with the business bodies like the IOD and CBI to make it a strong corporate governance recommendation that every board should have somebody with a specialism, with a responsibility rather, for cyber. Because, as I said at the beginning, this is a partnership. And it's business as much as government that will protect us from cyber. And there's been reference, for example, to the insurance industry. One of the best ways that we can ensure that companies invest in cybersecurity is to make it mandatory to get cyber insurance, which you can't get unless you put cyber secure measures in place, and also law firms, in order to protect yourselves from liability, to put in place important cyber measures. I haven't had a chance to support Lord Clement Jones in his 50-year call for ethical hackers to be allowed to hack, and I would also echo the earlier call about the Minister's views on the rise of bots and their impact on cybersecurity.
My Lords, too often we hear in the news that our local hospital cannot access patient records. The transport network in our cities is stalled, or, as I've experienced last year, on and off power for over a month whilst the local electricity grid had been affected by cyber attacks. A decade ago, some of this would have sounded like a plot of a Hollywood movie. Today, it is a weekly briefing on the desk of our cybersecurity data centres. Our world has fundamentally changed. We are no longer just fighting off rogue teenagers or opportunistic hackers looking for a quick payout. The UK is currently navigating a highly sophisticated, aggressive digital battlefield. Malign actors are often directed, tolerated, or unleashed by hostile nation-states like Russia, Iran, and China, who are actively infiltrating key UK assets. They are mapping our infrastructure, stealing government credentials, and probing our defences. That is why I welcome the introduction of the Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill. It is a critical, long overdue overhaul of our national baseline defence. It marks the moment the UK stops playing catch-up with hostile states and starts to dictate the terms of our own digital safety. To understand why this bill matters, we have to look at how our digital ecosystem actually functions. Hostile actors do not just knock on the front door, they look for the weakest link in the supply chain. Look at what happened in September 2025 with the devastating cyber attack on Jaguar Land Rover. Russian-linked hackers deployed sophisticated ransomware that completely paralysed JLR's IT networks. It forced a total shutdown of production lines across major UK plants for weeks. It had major impact on the workforce in my old constituency of West Midlands. The disruption that cascaded down into the automotive supply chain, affecting thousands of components, manufacturers, mostly SMEs, with many workers facing layoffs around the region, had a major impact on the regional economy. Likewise, it didn't just hurt the brand, it cost the British economy an estimated 1.9 billion, directly denting our national GDP. This wasn't just a corporate crime, it was an act of economic sabotage. And the threat extends far beyond manufacturing. Just weeks later, a massive cyber incident crippled electronic check-in and baggage systems at Heathrow Airport and across Europe. Was Heathrow's central system breached directly? No. The attackers targeted a third-party vendor, Collins Aerospace, scrambling the shared news software that multiple airlines rely on. The result? Chaos at terminals, manual work at hundreds of disrupted flights, and over 1.5 million passenger records compromised.
So this new legislation fundamentally expands our defensive perimeter to address this exact vulnerability. For the first time, it brings data centers, managed service providers, and supply chain partners directly into the regulatory spotlight, establishing a framework to name a designated critical suppliers. This bill recognises a hard truth that our infrastructure is only as secure as the third-party software we plug into it. Because of these aggressive state threats, a wider net is useless without sharper teeth. This bill introduces two massive shifts in how organisations must run: rapid transparency and genuine board-level accountability. Under the new rules, if a covered organisation suffers a significant incident or even a near miss capable of causing harm, they must file a notification within 24 hours, followed by a full report within 72 hours. Because in cyber crisis, time is our most valuable currency. When all assets like Heathrow or JLR goes down, early warning allows the National Cybersecurity Centre and regulators to contain the digital contagion before it spreads. There are real consequences of negligence. For too long, cybersecurity has been treated by some boards as a minor IT issue tucked away obscurely in finance or some other department. This bill, I am very pleased, changes this calculation. Companies that do not comply face financial penalties up to 17 million, or 4% of their global worldwide turnover. This forces the executives to realise that the robust cybersecurity is a core fiduciary duty. If you do not protect your network, you are jeopardising your entire business. Crucially, this legislation is built to outpace our adversaries. Nation-states use criminal proxies because they are fast, scalable, and disguise geopolitical motives. Static laws become obsolete within months. This bill grants the government agile powers to update regulations swiftly through secondary legislation. This means that as new state-sponsored threats emerge, whether through weaponized artificial intelligence or quantum decryption, the UK can adapt its defences instantly without waiting years for a new Act of Parliament. It also mandates the companies immediately to notify their own customers if a breach puts them at risk. To conclude, let us be entirely clear. This bill is demanding. It will require an unprecedented level of capital investment and profound cultural change from every boardroom in this country. And though I would urge the Minister to consider undue burden on the SME sector, whilst recognising that they can sometimes be the weakest link. But we cannot ignore the reality of implementation, and cultural change does not happen purely through goodwill. It happens when the risk of non-compliance becomes completely indefensible. So I'd like to ask directly my noble friend, the Minister, a fundamental question. While the target of this bill is correct, the level of commercial investment and cultural transformation needed to meet these 24-hour deadlines is staggering. Beyond the immense financial stick, what mechanisms, support and enforce frameworks will the Minister use to ensure this legislation drives genuine resilience rather than just defensive corporate box ticking? How will you guarantee that this heavy stick builds a shield?
Thank you.
My Lords, I declare my interest as the Chief Engineer working for Atkins Realis and support this bill. Given the threats that we are facing, strengthening the cybersecurity of the UK is vital. And I do think the flexible risk-based approach taken within this bill is the right one. Noble Lords have made many of the broader points already, so I'll focus on a few narrower points. But my remarks are really centred around the impact on economic growth and the need for proportionate regulation, because this legislation does support growth through, firstly, increasing our cyber resilience. And the Noble Baroness Lady Northover gave the example of the £15 billion cost of cyber attacks in 2024, and that's actually a significant fraction of our GDP, around 0.5%. But also, I'm glad that Noble Lord Vasey brought out our world-leading cyber industry. So this bill does represent a great opportunity there for one of our key industries. However, there are threats to that growth agenda within the bill, particularly through how larger corporates and SMEs will be affected. And we do need to tread extremely carefully here. Business already has to deal with much burdensome regulation, as the Noble Earl Lord Effingham set out at the beginning. And as ever in legislation, we do need to think about those unintended consequences of legislation. So to this end, there are 3 points that I would like to make. Now, looking at some of the detail of the bill, my first point is around supply chains. Now, clause 12 in the bill rightly brings in the concept of critical suppliers and ensures that supply chains are also within the scope of the regulations. However, given the ambiguity of the criteria for designation, there is a risk, my lords, that a significant number of SMEs could be affected, perhaps unintentionally, by this legislation. So I would be grateful if the Noble Lady, the Minister, could set out what steps the government is taking to ensure that the critical supplier designation is restricted to suppliers posing genuine systemic risks to the UK economy, because terms like potential to cause disruption, which is the wording used in the bill, are qualitative, and there are no hard quantitative thresholds in the bill. So the risk, of course, is that a significant number of SMEs could be brought within scope, stifling those businesses in unnecessary regulation. We need to ensure that is proportionate. And going through the bill, continuing on this theme, my lords, is clause 15 on reporting, as to expand on what the Noble Lady, the Minister, set out at the start. Clause 15 expands the definition of a reportable incident to include those, I quote, capable of having an adverse effect on network and information systems. So the risk is that this could lead to over-reporting, as even perhaps a minor phishing email could be deemed to be capable of having an adverse effect. And then we could see over-reporting, perhaps overwhelming systems, and bringing the risk that genuine threats could get through. So I'd also be grateful if the Minister could tell us how the government will ensure that the capable of having an adverse effect threshold does not lead to over-reporting of low-level incidents. Now, my lords, we've heard a lot of talk about AI in this debate, and perhaps a little less on quantum. So I do want to bring out quantum as a specific aspect here, as the Noble Lord Birds referred to. Now, I appreciate there's a difficult balance here. This is a framework bill, and it's perhaps not appropriate to set out specific technologies or technology impacts on the face of the bill. However, the threat of quantum computers using algorithms like Shor's algorithm to crack current public key crypto, such as RSA, enabling harvest now, decrypt later attacks on sensitive data, is something that will come sooner or later. And quantum computing is evolving astonishingly quickly. Now, the Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology posts, of which I'm Vice Chair of the Board, have set out around a 10-year timescale when a quantum computer will be able to break conventional encryption. And that does align with the National Cyber Security Centre, which has already set out that organisations must complete migration to post-quantum crypto by 2035. But, my lords, I would be grateful for the Minister's thoughts on how perhaps this could be strengthened within the bill. For example, the Statement of Strategic Priorities in clause 25 really Could there be something in that to help to join together the regulators in terms of that focus that is required on quantum cryptography? So I'd be very grateful for the Minister's thoughts on that too, a really key area. But in general, as I said, support the bill. Look forward to working with the Minister and her team as we move towards committee.
My Lords, earlier today, the Noble Viscount Colville and I were discussing that we were both quite late down this list and feared that everything would already have been said. That does appear to be the case. But fear not, I will still use my 8 minutes. I do support this bill, and I do agree with many noble lords that we also need a much more comprehensive cybersecurity strategy. And like others, I have got some specific suggestions to this specific bill. My unique contribution, if it is unique, is that I am not an engineer and tech expert, as the noble lord clearly is. I think in health terms would be described as someone as an expert by lived experience. In that I suspect I am the only noble lord today, probably the only noble lord on the roster, who has actually been a CEO faced with a cyber attack. I have been that CEO whose company has been targeted by a gang of hackers trying to work out how to navigate the crisis. I have had to go out and communicate to regulators, to customers, to shareholders, to ministers, indeed, to my noble friend himself. In those days, the National Cyber Security Centre didn't exist. We were instead, I am obviously referring to my time as Chief Executive at TalkTalk, we were directed to the Metropolitan Police's hostage negotiation team. They were lovely, but unfortunately had no tech experience at all. In fact, we did no better ourselves. The security expert that came to brief the TalkTalk board had just come from Mexico, where he'd been trying to get a bank manager back who had been kidnapped. That was only 11 years ago, my lords. At TalkTalk, we took the view that communicating was the only way to help our customers and therefore the only way to save the company. And I stand by that decision now. But, my lords, not everyone takes that view. I was accused at the time of being hopelessly naive for going out within 24 and 48 hours onto the airwaves and saying, my customers have been attacked and no, I don't know exactly what has happened. That is the timetable of this legislation. Most CEOs I talk to say, firstly, God, I'm glad I wasn't in that situation. That's my nightmare. And secondly, are surprised when I say that actually I would communicate earlier if I was in that situation again, not later. Cyber attacks, my lords, are a modern-day taboo in the business world. Business leaders are terrified of admitting that they've been attacked. And I'm afraid that does mean mandating reporting is essential. Because 11 years after I was in that situation, I actually don't think that's changed. I think unless you do make it mandatory to report, people won't. So I was surprised at the time in 2015 that had Sainsbury's or Tesco been hacked, I wouldn't have had to have gone and told anybody. I had just come from Sainsbury's as my previous job. It's really depressing 11 years later to see that retail is still being excluded. I can't quite understand why water is essential but food isn't. I really do think that COVID taught us that our food retail supply chain is an essential service, and those that work in it are essential workers. Managed service providers are in, but generative AI is out. Only a decade ago that might have been okay, but it isn't now. In the other place, the Minister said that it's okay, there are powers in the bill so that we can get it right in the future. Well, we need to get it right now, and we need the powers to try and keep up. I'm not against giving ministers the power to keep this live, but that's not an excuse for not being up to date today. And as other noble lords have said, it sadly looks as if the EU has got this more right than we have. So we should be humble enough to admit that, rather than afraid and insist on doing the wrong thing. The other area I thought I'd give some lived experience in, again, has been mentioned by other noble lords, which is the challenge of 12 NIS regulators. and the lack of join-up. When the TalkTalk hack happened, we immediately stood up a series of work streams. The obvious things like trying to work out what's happened. That is the biggest problem with a cyber attack. You genuinely do not know if you've been attacked by a nation state or if it's kids in the bedroom. You somehow hope it might be the former, but more often than not turns out to be the latter. So you have to know what's happened. You have to start communicating before you know what's happened. That's 2 work streams. You have to work out how to get your systems back up again. That's another work stream. Even 11 years ago, without any of these additional regulators, we had to have a communicating with regulators work stream. Now, spare a thought for the poor managed service providers. They're companies that serve transport, telecoms, energy, the NHS. I think they might have a full house. That if you were a managed service provider who suffered with a victim, the victim, remember, of an attack, you've probably got to deal with all 12 regulators. And we know, my lords, those of us who've been here for a while, we do know that if you give 12 different public sector bodies the ability to define terms, they will define them 12 different ways. And they will have 12 different forms, and that will stop you in the 24, 48 hours, the first week of a cyber attack, doing the things that you should be doing to try and protect your customers. So from an expert through lived experience, it is a genuine plea from me to the noble lady, the Minister. Join up is essential. It shouldn't be optional. We all know it's hard to do, and if you don't sort it out in the bill, it won't happen. And please don't make that join up a forum. We know that, again, I can put myself back into that October 2015 and imagine having to communicate with, much as I love them, the DCRF. If we had to convene a meeting of 12 regulators in the heat of the crisis to work out what to do, that would not have helped anybody. So we either need a single regulator, as the noble Lord Burt so eloquently set out, or we need a lead regulator, as I know the government is looking at in a number of other areas to try and reduce the burden of regulation. I very much support what my noble friend Lord Effingham said, that regulation does look like it's necessary here, but we do need to be careful that we're not just layering burden upon burden, and doing it 12 times most definitely is. So, my lords, I fear I've said nothing original at all, but possibly from a unique perspective. I am rare amongst past chief executives who've experienced a cyber attack in that I am willing to talk about it, which is exactly why this legislation is important. But, my lords, I very much hope that, as with so many tech issues, the noble lady, the Minister, will hear that actually we agree more than we disagree, and that perhaps we could work together to improve this bill, as this House is often quite good at doing.
My Lords, I thank the noble Minister for introducing this important bill. Cyber security is clearly of vital importance to the protection and prosperity of our nation. But if we fail to plan, then we plan to fail. And this bill is at the heart of the government's cyber security plan. I was born and raised in a part of the world that many think of as paradise, bliss, utopia. It's called Birmingham, just off the M6 motorway by the gasworks. I can see there's some accord there, or maybe it should go to VAR, I don't know. I was a district councillor in that region, and one of the largest employers there are Jaguar Land Rover. Now, this giant motor vehicle manufacturer is the head of a supply chain of over 4,000 companies. GLR were the victim, as we all know, of a cyber attack last year, and were bailed out by this government to the tune of a £1.5 billion loan guarantee. Now, the government believed it had no choice, because if they'd let GLR fall, then thousands of workers would have lost their jobs. And I do have some sympathy with that rationale. But it did set a dangerous precedent. It's also worth noting, surely, that the company had not completed taking out an insurance policy against cyber attacks. And so the first point I want to make to the noble Minister is that there's no mention in the bill of the role of the insurance industry. Surely the issue of essential and compulsory cyber insurance is one that needs to be looked at going forward. Otherwise, we'll have another situation where we have to bail out another huge company. The retail chain Marks & Spencer lost 99% of its profits due to a ransomware attack which disrupted services and stole customer data last year. Harrods and the Co-op also experienced cyber breaches over recent months. And surely there is a glaring weakness then in the bill in that it will have no impact on private companies such as these. So can the Noble Minister explain why the scope of the bill cannot be extended now, not in the future, but now, to include large private retailers, at least those of over a certain defined size or turnover? I understand there's a potential in the bill for improving things in the future, but why not do it now? One of the lessons of history is that we must learn lessons from history, and surely a vital lesson is to take into account the changes in the world around us. In the bill, the government recognises the fact that the artificial intelligence revolution has increased the need for more effective cyber security. And yet there is still no UK AI regulation, there's no cyber strategy, there's no mention whatsoever of quantum computing, encryption is not mentioned. Surely these are matters that need to be discussed and looked at now, not sometime in the future, when you consider how fast AI is progressing. We also have a cyber security skills shortage, with 49% of UK companies admitting a lack of cyber foundational skills. As well as protecting the nation in this AI age, it is skills that will pay the bills and grow the economy. Now, it's right that the government has announced initiatives to attempt to fill vacancies in the cybersecurity industry, but there is no definition in the bill of what is required to be a skilled person in this context. I've just asked the question, why not? Why not look at it now? Now, we're living longer and the demands on the public sector are growing, but there is also a lack of focus in the bill on the public sector, particularly the risk to NHS data. For example, Synovis has been mentioned. It's a company which provides pathology services to the NHS. A couple of years ago, a ransomware attack on Synovis cost £32.7 million and resulted in delays to over 11,000 appointments and even allegedly one death. Surely all companies, private and public, that hold personal data should demonstrate that they have effective defences against cyber attacks. Now, I tried to find out whether Synovis would be covered by this bill, and there is some ambiguity as to whether it would be covered by the bill or its suppliers. And I suggest that that ambiguity at this stage is not helpful. I welcome the fact that the expanded scope of the bill now includes data centres, managed service providers, electrical load controls and critical suppliers. But the bill does not go far enough to protect the UK economy. The current structure of the bill allows the Secretary of State, in principle, to expand the number of sectors in the scope of the regulations. But even to implement secondary legislation will require the government to meet a number of conditions. I know the Minister has referred to emergency powers, but that's still a process rather than an event. And surely the principle of the Secretary of State reporting back to Parliament every 5 years is not good enough in this fast AI world that we're living in. The government also needs to recognise that many companies operate across borders, including in the EU, where they have to comply with European directives as to cybersecurity, which do not apply to the UK. Now, of course, over-regulation must not stifle innovation, but with 12 regulators enforcing this bill, there is a danger of regulatory duplication. This is especially so for organisations covered by more than one regulator. Where appropriate, the government should seek to ensure that UK cybersecurity regulations align across each regulated sector and across borders with other jurisdictions such as the EU. For example, the government could ensure that all regulators accept common forms of evidence demonstrating compliance. So there needs to be the adoption of a common baseline security standard alongside ongoing evidence of security requirements across regulated sectors. This should also recognise that different sectors have their own particular needs. Farming is different to fashion, which is different to football. The standard could be, for example, the National Cyber Security Council Cyber Assessment Framework, CAF. And in order to coordinate regulators, an example of this already exists with the Digital Regulators Cooperation Forum, which helps deliver a coherent approach to digital regulation. My Lords, 43% of all UK companies experience a cyber breach in the last 12 months. The Department for Science, Innovation and Technology report that cyber attacks cost the UK economy £14.7 billion per year, and the problem is increasing. For 10 years, I had the privilege of being Vice President of the British Film Board, BBFC. Hollywood sometimes does produce entertaining films which see the future. For example, Steven Spielberg's movie called AI was made 25 years ago, which is incredible to think. Now, there was a consistent theme in many of the more positive films that we regulated, in that good did overcome evil. So with a stronger version of this bill, we can defeat the cyber monsters. In the more positive and hopeful movies we regulated, RoboCop did prevail over the Terminator, and Luke Skywalker did overcome Darth Vader.
My Lords, I strongly welcome the intention of this bill to strengthen the United Kingdom's defences by updating our cybersecurity legislation as it applies to critical national infrastructure. That is good and it's overdue, and as my noble friend Baroness Gill pointed to, there's barely a week that passes, if not a day that passes, without a significant business, a hospital, a local authority or a supplier to government reporting a serious cyber incident. Every part of our infrastructure is vulnerable, and a legislative update to reflect that reality is one this House should have absolutely no hesitation in supporting. Noble Lords have already raised concerns about a number of things relating to either what is in the bill, what isn't in the bill, and perhaps those things that need to be tweaked, how we should consider the economic impact of cyber attacks, issues around insurance, reporting, workforce development and training, making AC a statutory body, and the lack of joined-up work across 12 different regulators. These are all concerns that I share. I want to use the time that I have available to add some details to the significant gap which has already been shared by others, that this bill currently makes no provision at all for artificial intelligence, and connected to that for cyber sovereignty. My Lords, this is not a hypothetical concern. Our allies have already grasped that if their critical systems, their public services and their citizens' data are going to depend increasingly on AI, then relying entirely on foreign-built, foreign-hosted models is itself a national security question and diminishes those countries' resilience. This is now the direction of travel right across Europe, and we should not assume that we can simply stand outside it. The Netherlands has built GPT-NL. It's a sovereign open language model developed by a consortium led by the Research Institute TNO, together with SURF and the Netherlands Forensic Institute, and funded by the Dutch government. It exists explicitly so that Dutch public bodies are not routing sensitive data through servers they do not control, governed by laws they did not write, and models they did not develop or test. Germany has gone further still with SUFI, the Sovereign Open Source Foundation Models, a government-backed initiative bringing together German research institutions and industry to build an open foundation model of around 100 billion parameters intended to underpin domestic industry and to handle complex technical and analytical tasks. My Lords, these are not vanity projects. They are deliberate decisions by governments to secure and keep control of the systems their public services are increasingly relying on. And the strategic logic is plain. A handful of foreign providers now sit upstream of much of the world's AI capability, and a dependency that concentrated is a single point of failure that no government should accept for its critical national infrastructure. Sovereignty over the AI that runs our critical systems cannot be an optional extra. It should be treated as part of our national cybersecurity and national resilience decisions. This bill, as presented, is currently silent on that question entirely. I want to raise just two specific areas where this absence should concern your lordships. The first is education infrastructure, specifically exams and marking, which are increasingly stored and processed online. I understand that awarding bodies in this country are already exploring AI-assisted marking. If AI becomes embedded in that process, the accuracy of a child's marks will depend partly on how that AI model behaves, and yet it will sit outside this bill's jurisdiction. We are creating a critical dependency for the life chances of every child in this country, resting on a model we may neither own nor be able to scrutinise, with no corresponding legislative safeguard. We would have all the risk of a critical dependency with none of the legal guardrails this bill is designed to provide. The second is electoral services and the data held on the electoral register. I don't think I need to labour the point about why the integrity, security and sovereignty of an electoral roll data sets matter. If AI systems come to play any role in how our electoral registers are compiled, verified or protected, and I think we should assume that they will, then we must be able to answer three questions. Who controls the model? Where does the data go? And what happens if that dependency is disrupted or compromised? A register we cannot fully account for is a register that we all cannot fully trust. This bill should be equipping us to answer those questions. None of these points are an argument against this bill. It's an argument for finishing it. And as many noble lords have already alluded to, technology is moving faster than any bill can be introduced. And there are many stats about the speed of tech evolution. I think the one that consumes me the most is that the maximum length of tasks that AI models can successfully complete is now doubling roughly every 4 months. We owe it to the public to build in adaptability from the start, rather than returning to primary legislation each time the landscape shifts. We have here in the United Kingdom one of the largest and richest bodies of public data of anywhere in the world, not least from within our NHS and our public service broadcasters. As the cost of building capable AI systems continues to fall, we have a genuine opportunity to harness that data ourselves, to help clinicians reach diagnoses faster, to ease the administrative burden that weighs so heavily on our public servants, and to build public services that reflect our own standards, our own accountability and our own values, rather than simply adopting whatever the market happens to offer. Building this capability at home is also how we ensure that the guardrails and safety measures we believe are necessary are actually built in to bolster the opportunity for full cybersecurity, rather than inherited from systems designed to other standards and other priorities and without any concern for real safety and security. This is something I will continue to advocate for, and I believe will supercharge the realisation of the aims of this bill. I would therefore welcome my noble friend the Minister's reflections on whether AI and cyber sovereignty might yet find a place within this legislation. I look forward to the rest of this debate and playing my part in scrutinising and enhancing this legislation.
My Lords, I too welcome much of this bill. It couldn't be more important in a world in which warfare is not just physical but also digital. It's essential as part of our national security that our government steps in to protect us from such attacks. I think most noble lords welcome the list of bodies to be regulated in Part 2, and I'm very glad that data centres, large load control and specified management services have been brought within scope of the bill. The government, after all, celebrated the huge investments of AWS and DC01 UK in data centres. It's important that they are now covered by this bill as an essential part of our national security. There's obviously been an attempt to future-proof this bill in a fast-changing world of tech. Clause 24 at the beginning of Part 3 gives the Secretary of State enormous and flexible powers for them to designate what is essential activity for the economy of the United Kingdom and the day-to-day functioning of society. This flexibility is then reinforced in Clause 43, Part 4, powers of direction to regulated persons to decide what should be reported and to whom it should be reported. My fear is this bill doesn't go far enough to address the present threats, let alone the future threats, as Lord after Lord have raised these concerns about the failure to mention AI in this bill at all. I too was at the terrifying meeting that my noble friend Baroness Kidron mentioned, held by the Institute of AI Policy and Strategy and the Centre for Long-Term Resilience earlier this month. They guided us through the world of software vulnerabilities and patches. In the arms race that is the search for software vulnerabilities, it is a fight between the attacker finding the flaw first and the defender finding it first. And even then, the rollout of patches to downstream defenders can be slow and leave them open to further attacks. Having absorbed these concerns, we were then told of automated AI attacks, in which an automated AI agent can carry out all the steps of a cyber attack on its own as an autonomous operator. The AI agents no longer need to have skilled labour to develop an attack. Expertise can be rented from AI systems, and the attacks can vary their approach and learn from each failure, so initial defences can be breached once again. The AI Security Institute found that between December 2005 and 2006, that a single hacker weaponised the Claude and GPT 4.1 systems to bypass safety guardrails and develop 400 attack scripts. The breach exposed the personal data of 195 million citizens in Mexico, including their tax and electoral registers. At the very least, if data centres can be added in at a later stage in the shaping of this bill, then frontier AI models operating in this country can and should be added in as well. They need to be protected from attack by foreign agents and rivals. I'm aware, as ministers have often said, that regulation can be an obstacle to new startups. If that's the case, then there needs to be a threshold in the size of the frontier AI models which would need to abide by the demands of the bill. There needs to be, on the face of this bill, a new clause in which AI frontier providers are designated as essential models. The noble lady Baroness Hardy is right. I am going to repeat what other noble lords have said. The bill leaves lacunae over large sectors of the economy, which I'm sure most noble lords regard as essential services. This must include critical manufacturing and retail, both of which had suffered devastating cyber attacks in the last months. Many noble lords have mentioned the huge Marks and Spencer's attack. Noble lords only have to imagine the effect on the country if there were successful attacks on one or two of our big supermarket chains. The result would be to throw the national food supply chain into crisis. Surely the supermarkets, which provide much of our nation's food and other services, need to be considered very carefully for scope within the bill. I understand that unlike the finance, telecom and digital sectors, the manufacturing and retail sectors do not have a regulator. Nevertheless, Clause 24 allows for flexibility in this space, so I support the calls by noble lords, Lord Burt and Baroness Hardy for a cross-sectoral regulator. Maybe the government needs to set up a second tier of essential service sectors who should be preparing to be brought within scope of the bill. Longer term, it might be important to ensure they're building the highest resilience AI-powered cyber attack. This work has got to further strengthen resilience at board level. It can't be left to AI departments to work out resilience on its own. May I suggest to the noble lady, the Minister, that she gives further changes to the corporate governance code straight away, so that there's more responsibility for reporting incidents is taken at board level. The Minister is in a unique position to do this, being the Digital Economy Minister and previously in DBT. But, my Lords, my other area of concern about this bill is the importance of coordinating the reporting of cyber attacks, and especially AI cyber attacks, to build cyber resilience. There should be an extensive list of sectors which are brought into scope as the EU legislation has suggested. As suggested. What is terrifying is that so many of the automated AI attacks are what the industry calls misalignments, which means that their final outcome is not what the original designer of the model had intended. They create outcomes that were not only not the original intention of the creators of the model, but those creators do not even know these alignments have taken place. I know the government has created the Cyber Resilience Pledge for our top FTSE 350 companies, which means they will sign up to the NCSC's early cyber attack alerts and recommend a Cyber Central Suppliers Kit. And the government has put aside £90 million for resilience centres to give advice against attacks on SMEs. But they all depend on voluntary response by the affected companies. The government needs to mandate a reporting requirement so that effective defences can be rolled out across the economy. I also understand the flexibility on reporting given by Clause 43, but this country is confronted by the prospect of automated AI attacks. It is essential on the face of the bill as wide a range of reporting the attacks is included. And there needs to be on the face a mechanism for mandating the coordination of these attacks. The government needs to ensure that information about the attacks is brought together and advice coordinated on how to build a defence to these attacks. The information is crucial both for AI frontier models to know their agents are what their agents are creating, misalignments, and for downstream companies affected by the attacks to build secure defences. The essential reporting on attacks needs to be brought together by the NCSC or AISEI, and then the bill needs to ensure further long-term that there is a cross-cutting regulator. My Lords, this bill recognises that we live in an ever more dangerous digital world. The introduction of autonomous AI into the digital world will affect us all and could do so to a disastrous degree. I call on the government to ensure that AI is on the face of the bill, both in the sectors in scope, but in the reporting requirements for these and other sectors. Failure to do so will open our country to attack, which will devastate the economy and our society for years to come.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to take part in this second reading debate at this early stage, and also a pleasure to follow my friend Viscount Colville of Corrose. Though he, by his own words, repeated some of the earlier points, he was the first speaker to say lacunae, for which I'm particularly grateful. It sounds of itself like a technology company in its own right, of which I should declare my technology interests are set out in the register as advisor variously to the Crown Estate and to Simmons and Simmons LLP. As has already been noted, this bill is significant by having cyber in the title of the bill. Long overdue, much needed and critical. As the Minister said in her opening, to take a cross-sector approach to cyber. And yet that's the first interesting point, that the bill doesn't do that. Most notable, and already mentioned, extraordinary that neither food nor space are included currently in the bill's drafting. Similarly, it's said to take a cross-economy approach, and yet it doesn't. But well worth mentioning the two sides of that economic coin and the huge economic growth potential from our cyber industries, and echoing all the points that have been made there around the need for skills, education, and really enabling the cyber sector to grow and deliver that economic benefit. To turn to some of the other issues, reporting has obviously been mentioned widely throughout the debate, and it's unfortunate that currently, if one finds themselves in a situation such as my noble friend Baroness Harding, well, multiple agencies to have to report to. Can I ask the Minister, surely it would make sense to have a single reporting point, both in terms of speed, in terms of efficiency, and in terms of effectiveness of that reporting system. Similarly, as has already been mentioned, there's so much opacity around many of the definitions within the bill. I pull out significant impact as one of them. What does this mean? If significant impact stays as currently set out, the natural and understandable response from business is to go for the low-level mass reporting to avoid regulatory intervention. But does that enable the economy and the country to be better protected in this respect? I think not. Similarly, the 24-hour and 72-hour reporting requirements feel oddly constructed to the artificial concept of a day set out in 24 hours. When one considers the real-time velocity of these attacks, it would seem logical that something way ahead of 24 hours would be advantageous at that stage, and potentially something extending beyond 72 hours to do that second bit of the reporting process. I asked the Minister what evidence is there to really support something which is quite arbitrary around 24 hours or is otherwise described a day. Moving on to the concepts most central to the bill around security and resilience, which will be the markers of the success or otherwise of this statute. When it comes to issues around proportionality, when it comes to the ability to evolve and develop, does the current structure of the bill really optimise this? MSPs have already been rightly mentioned, and the burden for them is overbearing as currently set out in the bill. Surely it would make more sense to have a concept around what is reasonable for MSPs to oversee, what can legitimately be seen within their control, and how they can evidence that. Understandably, the multiple regulator issue has been well discussed, and it's critically significant because how are we going to have coordination across all those organisations? A forum certainly is not the solution, as Baroness Harding rightly sets out. A lead regulator, a single regulator, something around those concepts has to be the way to go. And it should be the NCSC who have, I would argue, the loudest voice in determining what is the best model and what is the best structure for doing that. I was interested in the Minister's introduction. She talked about the criticality of consistency cross-sector. I would agree entirely with this, but in a debate on the 4th of June in Grand Committee when we were discussing AI, in her response she argued that consistency wasn't necessarily a central principle for the government when it comes to the regulation of AI. Now, I believe that a true cross-sector approach to cyber makes sense in this bill, and we can add to what's currently there and make that happen. But it's surely logical, and indeed a consistent approach to consistency, that we take that approach with AI. I'd ask the Minister to respond as to why, if this argument is good for cyber, why is it not good for AI? And through that cross-sector approach, as will benefit this bill, to have it principles-based, outcomes-focused, and inputs understood. Another point on consistency, can I ask the Minister, when she comes to sum up, to set out the advantages that she sees in all of the divergent points that the government have taken to the EU NIS2. That it's largely divergent on most of the points. I'd be interested to hear the government's arguments for the advantages that they're seeking to bring from that. My noble friend Lord Arbuthnot has rightly mentioned the CMA, and I know that my friend Lord Clement Jones will also mention this. And it's right to mention in this bill, even though the National Security Bill is said to be the vehicle in which this is going to come forward. I think it's right to give it a run round the track in this legislative process with this bill, because we're talking about coverage currently holding our cyber professionals back because of a 1990 statute. To give some sense of what that means, in 1990, it had only been 24 years since England had won the World Cup. It's in urgent need of reform. We need to empower, we need to enable our great cyber security professionals to do their job. A quick point on DVS. I'm not sure the Minister was involved when we did the Data Use and Access Bill, now statute, but there was a lot of discussion rightly around DVS, and in some ways parts of this bill are the other side of that coin, because currently we have the situation not addressed by DVS in the Data Use and Access Bill, or indeed in this current bill, in terms of what happens for verification services when they have an attack where synthetic data is injected directly into the data stream, effectively bypassing the camera to get verification. How does this bill address that issue? Does Clause 12, do the potential regulations under Clause 30, or the guidance indeed under Clause 36, address this? And if not, what's the Minister's view as to how we address that critical issue all around synthetics? My Lords, the success of this bill and the success of cyber in the UK will rest so heavily on the shoulders of the women and men, our cyber security professionals, who do so much to keep our systems safe and through that keep us safe. We owe them so much. Understandably, they often do this in the shadows, in dark rooms, and in the donut. We give them our sincere thanks, and we must demonstrate that thanks by the amendments we bring forward to make this bill better.
Yeah. Very good.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the Noble Lord Holmes, and Baroness Harding has inspired me to, as I'm so low down on the list, I'm nearly at the end, not to do that thing, but I was thinking of that phrase when she was speaking, when the Noble Lady was speaking. Everything has been said, but not yet by everyone. And so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to dump my very boring speech, inspired by Noble Baroness Ludford, who reminded me of what we used to do for a living. And it does contextualise exactly what the government is trying to do. And I first want to say to my noble friend, the Minister, who has a very tough job, and I'll explain a little bit about why I think it is so difficult. But she has a tough job, but it's a job that we said we would do. We wanted to update the NIS regulation in 2018. We wanted, as Baroness Neville-Jones said, move fast, have some urgency. I know why she's saying it, because I'll come on to what the intelligence services are dealing with every single day in terms of hacking and what the Russians are doing. And she knows that. That's part of her DNA. So we have to move fast and we have to do something. So that is exactly what the government are doing. And I want to try and contextualise what they're doing and perhaps why this is really a national priority and how we can be as constructive as we can in building both cybersecurity and cyber resilience. The first thing I would say is that a number of Noble Lords mentioned, and this is very much the context of what we're doing, they mentioned the EU Network Information Systems Directive. Baroness Harding, Baroness Northover in some detail about our alignment with it, and of course Baroness Ludford had some critical views about where we are in terms of our alignment. And I think this really contextualises the complexity as well as the urgency of what we are doing here in the UK. Because the reason my Noble Lords have said this is because there are really only 3 global regulators doing this now, and those 3 global regulators are diverging very badly. The United States, the European Union, and China. China does its own thing. The United States, you may remember Mark Zuckerberg coming to the EU inquiry, going to Congress and saying, well, we need a GDPR, obviously. Well, most of this legislation in the United States on cyber is in fact state-led. The FTC looks at it, but it is really not national legislation, even in the United States. So the EU is one of the few places, whether you like it or not, is one of the few places which has decided that it's a global regulator, and the nature of the cyber threat and the nature of cyber resilience is very much a global issue. Now, that doesn't take away or it doesn't dilute in any way some of the things that have been said, for example, Noble Lord Visey, about our special position as a country, as the United Kingdom. We have the best intelligence services in the world, very relevant to this area. We have GCHQ, we have all of that, and we have the technologists and we have the companies close to this area, the best, some of the best in the world. But the issue is global regulation, and this is why it is so difficult. The Noble Baroness Ludford made exactly the point I was going to make, except I'm going to make a different conclusion. She talked about the way that 2 ministers had said 2 different things, Ian Murray and our other minister, who is Minister Narayan. And they seem to be saying 2 different things. So one is saying that we're taking a big hit, real businesses, real people are being hit by cyber breaches. So he said that. I mean, it's not 0.5% of our GDP, it's a big, big problem for the United Kingdom. And then our other minister said, but we need the 12 kind of observers, as Lord Burt was talking about, and we need, because they have the expertise within the 12. And that's why it's so complicated. And if we do anything else, it's a huge burden on business. Now, I believe that both are true. Both are true. And this is where the complexity of enacting cyber legislation of good quality happens. I know this because as Baroness Ludford will testify, I chaired the GDPR, many of the GDPR legislative trialogues. I chaired the e-privacy trialogues. I had to scrutinise many of the cyber conventions which are part of the EU treaties, part of EU body of law. And what I learned very quickly, and if I can maybe just quote the latest AI rapporteur, because we have now another AI Act in the EU coming, because the other one is out of date, and the first GDPR is out of date, and e-privacy legislation is out of date. And I just said to him, well, you've got the latest AI legislation. And he said, yeah, it's a bit like you just jump off the cliff and build your wings on the way down. Now, why somebody from Italy was quoting Ray Bradbury, I don't know, but it's kind of correct. Now, I know the minister's probably got the wings already. You've got wings, don't worry, you'll be fine. But the point is that you have to move with such speed, the point that Baroness Neville-Jones was making, that somehow you just have to move. And the urgency is great. During this period, and the noble Lord Vasey's not in his place, but he also inspired me to depart from my notes a bit, because he was explaining very eloquently, because he was a minister at the time, how complicated this is for our current ministers and government, because he was talking about encryption. Now, what he was talking about was, what the noble Lord was talking about, you should read my code of practice, was that we knew that the companies, Microsoft, Facebook, now Meta, but all the others, Reddit, Snap, all of them wanted end-to-end encryption, and they didn't want it weakened. Why? Because with strong end-to-end encryption, you deal with cyber threats. Now, they were saying that at the time when, you may remember, there were lots of terrorism threats around. So most enforcement agencies were saying, no, we need a backdoor to encryption. And that was, that was the prevailing wisdom, and that's what kind of won out in terms of the arguments. But the companies, in my view, were right, because they were talking about the banking system, they were talking about privacy, they were talking about all of the threats that we now have if we weaken encryption. So this is why Noble Lord Vasey, not in his place, was saying this. So the context I want to put here is that it is extremely complex to come up with good cyber security legislation and resilience legislation. The Noble Lord Burt is so good with his communication that I almost think this OCR thing is a real thing now. But that's because he is who he is, you know. Could persuade anyone, you know, I mean, you know, he is. And of course, everyone is saying, yeah, let's get rid of the 12 and let's do this. But I would just caution about the complexity of dealing with cyber threats. And I'll give one example from just the last example, if I may, just about the daily threats that we're having from foreign actors. This is very different from the corporate threats, some of which come from within the United Kingdom, which need a very different response. And we did see that in the European Union. So my time is up, but I just want to contextualize how tough this is going to be. Let's, yes, jump off the cliff, build the wings on the way down, get this done, do what we can do in committee, because it's a national priority. Is it perfect? Of course it isn't. But we need to get moving because the threats are very real.
My Lords, it's getting late, and I'm told we're now competing with the Spain versus France World Cup semi-final. The winner, of course, may well face England in the final. But so I'll try to be brief. And I speak not as a cyber expert or technologist, but as a former CEO of a tech-enabled mid-sized business. And I want to bring some ground-level perspectives to these oft-mentioned SMEs, one of which I currently chair. And I do welcome this bill, but like many others, I have some concerns over its scope, its impact on those apparently outside the scope, but who sit within critical infrastructure supply chains, the challenges of a horizontal piece of legislation being layered over multiple sectors and their regulators, and why, as so many people have asked, is there no specific strategy for AI? All of that's been covered, and I won't repeat those points. But I do want to question why central government and local authorities will remain out of scope. The National Audit Office's report last year found serious, slow-to-fix security flaws across 58 of the 72 government systems that were reviewed. The public sector badly needs binding legal requirements, not just a voluntary action plan, I suggest. As we've heard, the UK is already the most targeted country in Europe for cyber attacks, with over 40% of UK businesses experiencing such attacks at a cost put at almost £15 billion annually. But my lords, those numbers are almost certainly an underestimate, not just because they apply to 2024, but because a whole range of cyber incidents go unreported and therefore unmeasured, especially in the world of SMEs. In fact, 6% of those UK businesses suffering a cyber attack were in fact SMEs, and not because they are targeted, but because they are easier to breach. Now, if you factored in all the incidents and you took into account all of the costs, including the distraction from core business, the real cost this year may well be closer to £30 billion, roughly 1% of our GDP. My lords, let's face it, when this bill is enacted, it will already be out of date. That is not an argument for delay, but it is an argument for shaping legislation to allow for changes and add-ons down the line as the threats change, but without going through the long and arduous processes of legislating through both houses of Parliament. And I suggest we are pragmatic, that we balance the need for parliamentary scrutiny and consultation with speed and agility. I'm going to finish, my lords, by focusing on the mid-market and indeed the small businesses. For this bill tells us that high-impact suppliers of any size could be designated as critical suppliers. That's raised quite a few question marks. 2/3 of medium-sized UK businesses reported a cyber breach last year alone, and yet only 15% of those businesses had formally reviewed the cyber risks their immediate suppliers posed to them. So this bill will make mid-market players take compliance, incident reporting, risk assessments and audits more seriously. This indeed should no longer be seen as the sole responsibility of the IT department or the CTO, but become a board-level issue that CEOs need to engage with. Currently, only 27% of UK businesses have board-level cyber accountability. That needs to change. My lords, confession time. I was once one of those mid-market CEOs who took too little interest at board level in the risks to our company's infrastructure and systems, delegating this to mid-management and our offshore partners, and nearly paying the price when our online platform, which contained all of our customer data and 20 years of content, came under attack and was very nearly successfully hacked. Lessons were quickly learned. So can I ask the Minister how the government plans to address and resource the information, communication and training challenge that this bill will present to mid-market players? And I raise the same question for those SMEs who will get dragged into supply chain compliance issues, whatever their size, but without the specialist resources needed. And I note that the Liberal Democrats in the other place proposed what I thought was a very sensible amendment for the establishment of a cyber security support service to help SMEs comply with their regulatory duties. But this was dismissed by the Minister, saying that very few SMEs would be in scope. But nobody's put a number to this, and I think this misses the point. I fear the government underestimates this challenge, both for mid-market and small players. If this information, resource, communication, education piece is not properly addressed, you will not just lose links in the supplier chain, you'll reduce the level of competition, which will be bad for business and economic growth, and indeed bad for trade with our European neighbours who are way ahead of us in this area.
My Lords, my noble friend Baroness Harding talked about speaking halfway down the list. The noble Lord Murray's nearly at the end of the list. My Lords, I am last, you'll be glad to hear. I must declare my interest as an employee of Marsh Risk, an insurance brokerage company with a large cyber practice. Like many other noble lords, I do welcome the government's ambition to strengthen the UK's cyber defences, and in doing so to protect the continuity of the essential services on which the public depend. The bill's direction of travel is right, widening the scope of the existing regulatory framework to reflect modern supply chains, strengthening oversight and improving the flow of information to regulators and the National Cyber Security Centre, so that we can build a clearer national picture of threats and vulnerabilities. However, I'd like to press the Minister on two areas where the bill, as drafted, risks leaving practical gaps. First, the role of cyber insurance in building national resilience, and secondly, whether the proposed incident reporting timelines will in practice help resilience or inadvertently hinder it. On insurance, my argument is straightforward. Regulation, technical standards and guidance are essential, but they are not, on their own, a resilience strategy. Resilience also means the ability to recover quickly, to fund remediation, to access specialist incident response capability at speed, and to keep vital services running while systems are rebuilt. Cyber insurance was referred to my noble friend Lord Arbuthnot. On its own is not a silver bullet, but it is one of the few tools that can mobilise financial and operational support within ours. Time is of the essence to limit the further damage as we have seen in a number of recent incidents. The noble Lady Poole discussed how insurance can incentivise behaviour, and I very much agree with that and a lot of what she said. I'd like to take the process a little further. In the cyber insurance market, the best policies do more than pay claims. They typically provide 24/7 emergency hotlines, pre-vetted panels of incident response firms, forensic expertise, legal and communication support, extortion specialists, and business interruption expertise, all of which can be decisive in reducing harm, shortening outages, and supporting faster restoration of services. Some insurers even pay a loss of claims directly to the party owed, i.e. breach counsel and forensic vendors, saving their clients from having to pay large incident response costs out of pocket. For many small and medium-sized organisations, it is often the only affordable way to access that depth of capability. This support can potentially prevent the government having to step in, as they had to offer to do in the Jaguar Land Rover incident. Yet cyber insurance can only play that stabilising role if organisations are encouraged to take it up as part of a wider risk management approach. Indeed, my noble friend Lord Vasey talked about it being mandatory. At the very least, we need to create greater awareness of the benefits cyber insurance can bring to businesses. Personally, I tend to prefer a carrot rather than stick approach. So my first question to the noble lady, the Minister, is this. What incentives are the government considering to encourage greater uptake of cyber insurance, particularly among smaller operators and critical suppliers who may sit outside the largest corporate balance sheets, but whose disruption can cascade through supply chains? And my second question is whether the noble lady, the Minister, has considered introducing a moratorium on insurance premium tax of, say, 3 years for companies that take out cyber policies for the first time as a way to incentivise uptake. I might add that incentives are not just about premiums. They are also about information and confidence, ensuring that organisations understand what insurance does and does not cover. encouraging consistent baseline controls so that insurers can price risk responsibly, and supporting appropriate data sharing so that lessons from incidents can improve both national defences and underwriting insight. In short, the objective should be a virtuous circle: better cybersecurity, better insurability, more uptake, and stronger national resilience. Let me turn to the incident reporting discussed by the noble Lord Ravensdale, and my noble friend Lord Holmes. The policy intent to ensure that regulators and the NCSC receive timely warning of significant events is understandable, and many noble lords have mentioned this in principle. But in a major cyber incident, the earliest hours and days are dominated by triage, containing the threat, protecting services, preserving evidence, and restoring critical functionality. Those involved in the response work round the clock to keep the businesses running. In that context, the requirement for rapid reporting can create real operational tension. As I understand it, the approach envisages a two-stage process. An initial notification shortly after the organisation becomes aware of a significant incident, followed by a fuller report within a tight time frame. My concern is not with the concept of early warning, rather it is the requirement to produce a comprehensive report within 72 hours, risks driving premature, incomplete or speculative reporting, and it can pull scarce technical leadership away from response and recovery at precisely the moment it is most needed. That is why I intend to table an amendment to adjust the reporting time so that the full report is due within 30 days, with an expectation that the affected entity provides an initial notification promptly and then submits updates as material facts become clear. This would preserve the government's need for the awareness and situational insight, but it would also recognise the practical realities of incident response. Organisations often cannot state with confidence the root cause, scope of compromise, or data impact within 72 hours, particularly where third-party suppliers and complex networks are involved. I would be grateful if the Minister could confirm whether the government has considered an approach of this kind, one that distinguishes clearly between an early warning and a detailed evidence-based report. The requiring of a detailed report can reduce the quality of information the authorities receive, increase the risk of later correction, meaning rework and additional expense for all concerned, and possibly potentially undermine trust and transparency. My Lord, I support the bill's overall aims, but if we are serious about resilience, we must not think only about prevention, but also about recovery and continuity. Cyber insurance, properly understood and appropriately incentivised, can be one of the mechanisms that turns a cyber event from a national disruption into a managed incident. And finally, on reporting, we should insist on a regime that delivers timely awareness without undermining operational response.
My Lords, can I first of all declare an interest as an advisor to DLA Piper on AI policy and regulation? And I should also say that we, as a law firm, were subject to an attack, a ransomware attack by NotPetya back in 2017. Not a pleasant experience, my Lords. Can I thank the Minister for her introduction and earlier engagement on the bill, and thank all noble lords speaking today in such an expert fashion on the bill. On these benches, like many other noble lords, we support the fundamental objectives of this legislation to modernise our outdated cybersecurity framework. But, my lords, what has been remarkable today is the consensus across benches, my lords, that this bill is not nearly ambitious enough. And indeed, as my noble friend Baroness Northover, Baroness Ludford, Lord Vesey, Baroness Neville-Jones, Baroness Harding have said, this could be a missed opportunity to align much more closely to the EU. framework, my lords. I'd prefer not to be jumping off a cliff with or without wings, my lords, with all due deference to the noble Lord Moraes. I don't think that we're really living up either to the motto of Newcastle, the city of Newcastle, my lords, as the noble Lord Arbuthnot said, where are the principles? The noble Lord Earl of Effingham said, where's the strategy? And as the noble Baroness Kidron said, where is the plan of action, my lord? So there's quite a bit missing in the bill. And I shall take noble lords through some of those areas. My lords, as many noble lords today have illustrated, the threat landscape has deteriorated sharply. The National Cybersecurity Centre has managed 204 nationally significant incidents in a single year, a doubling on the year before. Yet, as the noble Lord Burt pointed out, this bill will apply directly to only a tiny minority of organisations. Meanwhile, 43% of UK businesses have experienced a cyber breach in the last 12 months. But one of the most glaring omissions is the almost entire exclusion, as the noble Baroness Alexander and the noble Lord Longsborough pointed out, is the exclusion of the public sector. Central government, public administrations and local authorities are almost entirely exempt from the bill's direct statutory duties. My lords, how can we claim national resilience when the state itself is exempt? We've seen the data of 270,000 military personnel compromised in the Ministry of Defence hack and the devastating attack on the British Library, which destroyed irreplaceable data. Local authorities hold vast repositories of citizen data, from electoral registries to social care records. The ransomware attack on Redcar and Cleveland cost £10 million, on Hackney £12 million. My lords, as my noble friend Baroness Northover, Lord Burt and Baroness Kidron, my noble friend Baroness Ludford, Lord Vasey and Viscount Colville all said, we must make cybersecurity a boardroom issue. And it was very good to hear from the noble Baroness Harding with her lived experience of cyber attack, my lords. Yet only 27% of businesses now have a board member explicitly responsible for cyber risk, down from 38% 3 years ago. The noble Lord Vasey was correct. And unlike the EU's NIS2, this bill failed to mandate executive responsibility. So, my lords, I do support the noble Lord Burt that we must now extend corporate financial audits to report on how an organisation and its suppliers manage cybersecurity using existing governance codes. My lords, the urgency here is multiplied by the rapid rise of agentic artificial intelligence. The noble Baroness Alexander described this as an AI-shaped hole, and noble Baroness Kidron, Baroness Harding, the noble Viscount Colville all pointed to this omission. My lords, Anthropic recently withheld wide release of its Mythos model because it could autonomously find and exploit software vulnerabilities across every major operating system. The UK's own AI Security Institute, as we've heard, found Mythos substantially more capable at cyber offence than any model previously assessed, and warned that frontier AI capability is doubling every 4 months. And of course, my lords, that will be further amplified by quantum computing, as mentioned by the noble Lord Ravensdale. The EU's AI Act already imposes binding cybersecurity and incident reporting duties on the handful of frontier model providers it judges to pose systemic risk. California and New York do the same for the largest developers. This bill, by contrast, does not mention AI systems at all, as many noble lords have pointed out. Last month, the cybersecurity agencies of the Five Eyes Alliance, including our own National Cybersecurity Centre, issued a joint statement warning that frontier AI is shrinking the gap between vulnerability discovery and exploitation from months to a matter of days, and that this can no longer be treated as a technical issue rather than as leadership responsibility. Meanwhile, our own defenders have a skills crisis. The Noble Lord Burt, the Noble Lord Arbuthnot, Baroness Alexander, Lord Vesey, all raised the skills issue. ISC2 warns that 88% of UK cyber professionals have experienced a breach in the last 12 months as a direct result of skills shortages. Yet Clause 43 references a skilled person, as pointed out by the Noble Lord Taylor of Warwick, who must liaise with the Secretary of State during national security directions without defining what a skilled person is. My Lords, who will actually enforce the rules? The bill distributes duties, as we've heard today, across 12 separate sectoral regulators, many of which, like Ofwat, already struggle to regulate their own domains. This fragmented approach guarantees duplication and gaps. And again, I agree with the Noble Lord Burt and indeed the Joint Committee on the National Security Strategy. The UK needs a single expert or lead regulator, as mentioned by the Noble Baroness Alexander, Lord Vesey, Baroness Harding, Viscount Colville, and the Noble Lord Holmes, to oversee both public and private sectors. Failing that, the government should at least adopt the EU's digital omnibus model of a single report once portal, my lords, and I share Noble Baroness Paul's ambitions and those of the Noble Lord Holmes in this respect. My lords, we must also, as the Noble Baroness Neville-Jones said, fix the bill's definitions, and indeed mentioned by the Noble Lord Ravensdale. For instance, Tech UK warns that the current definition of a managed service provider is dangerously broad, risking capture of any basic IT support in the country. My lords, the Bank of England's own data shows that just 3 US giants control 73% of the cloud computing services supporting UK financial firms, and a number of noble lords raised the issue of cyber sovereignty, my lords. The Trump administration blocked European and UK firms from accessing Mythos. If a foreign ally can pull the plug on a critical cybersecurity tool overnight, how can this government claim true national resilience? And that is why, my lords, as many noble lords today have said, we need a comprehensive digital sovereignty strategy. My noble friend Baroness Ludford called this servitude, and the noble Baroness Berger talked about critical defending, my lords, and we need to assess our foreign policy dependencies and support domestic UK providers. I would very much welcome what was said by the Noble Baroness Kidron, Baroness Bennett and Baroness Berger in that respect. The bill is silent on cyber-enabled fraud, which costs our economy billions of pounds every year and exploits precisely the same weaknesses this bill is meant to close. My lords, Lord Arbuthnot mentioned a related threat which is emerging as Thales has tracked automated bot traffic has now overtaken human traffic online for the first time. We need, as suggested by the NMA, the Secretary of State under this bill to assess the cybersecurity risks that anonymous bot traffic poses to UK websites. My lords, if we expect businesses to defend themselves, we cannot handicap our own cyber professionals, and I very much welcome what has been said by a number of noble lords, including the Earl of Effingham, Noble Lord Arbuthnot, Baroness Ludford and the Noble Lord Holmes on the question of the Computer Misuse Act, my lord, which badly needs amending. My lords, finally, in the face of autonomous AI threats, the government needs an ultimate backstop, and we support proposals by Control AI to introduce strictly constrained last resort powers, allowing the Secretary of State to direct the shutdown of data centres or AI systems in a catastrophic emergency. The cost of inaction vastly outweighs that compliance burden, and the Noble Baroness Gill graphically described the situation at Jaguar Land Rover, which lost around 500 million in a single attack. But, my lords, currently JLR sits entirely outside the scope of this bill, as a number of noble lords have pointed out. the retail sector as well, and my lords, the noble Baroness Paul indicated that that was true of the insurance sector too. My lords, this bill is a necessary foundation. In committee, we will push hard for amendments to reflect the changes that are needed, my lords. In this way, we can ensure that our national cyber defences are genuinely whole of society and fit for the age of AI. My lords, we're going to have a very well-informed committee stage. I hope the Minister is looking forward to it.
My Lords, I'm grateful to all noble lords who have contributed to this debate, and of course to the noble Baroness, the Minister, for her introduction this afternoon. I think it's been a really thoughtful, compelling and persuasive debate, and it is clear that on all sides of the House there is a shared recognition of the scale of the threat this legislation seeks to address and the importance of doing so effectively. As my noble friend, the Earl of Effingham, said in his opening, we on these benches support the objectives of the bill. Indeed, much of what is in it has its origins in work begun by the previous government following the 2022 consultation. And we applaud the continuity. We do not intend to try to make the perfect the enemy of the good, although I must say I wholly endorse the cyber insurance argument set out by the noble Lady Paul of Shepherd's Bush and by my noble friend Lord Ashcombe and others too. But listening to this debate, my lords, has only reinforced for me the central question with which we began, which is where is the strategy? Ministers have described the bill as one part of a wider programme, yet the National Cyber Action Plan that was promised before the end of last year and then promised again for this summer remains unpublished. And I perhaps observe as an aside that alongside the Defence Investment Plan, we are in danger of creating the perception, which we must avoid, that there is a pattern of delay and avoidance when it comes to defending ourselves. Noble lords across the House have, in their own ways, returned again and again to that same point. And I started off the debate diligently writing down everybody who called for a change to the scope, but then it turned out to be everybody called for a change to the scope. And I think this makes our task today really far harder. I absolutely accept that this is a bill designed to have a narrow scope, but we have no way to understand the broader context in which that narrow scope sits. It's like trying to judge an orchestra, but only being allowed to hear the woodwind section. And it's inevitable, I think, that we will have questions that go, or concerns and suggestions that go beyond the narrow scope and intent of the bill. How will SMEs learn to protect themselves better, as many, many people have raised? A great many noble lords mentioned AI. Again, almost everybody mentioned AI, but what response overall is envisaged to the threats of emerging technologies of which as yet we know little, such as newer AI models at the frontier and quantum cracking and so on? How will we reduce the number of vacancies for cyber roles? And by the way, I should add, it's not a new problem by any means that there are too many vacancies for cyber roles. We were wrestling with it, when we were in government. It is an intractable problem, but we need to find better ways to address. How will we address the growing prevalence and effectiveness of weaponized disinformation that does so much harm to our society every day right now? Or more fundamentally, what are our strengths and weaknesses relative to those of our assailants and our allies? And let me express the hope, and I will return to this point, that during the passage of the bill, and ideally before committee stage, we have the National Cyber Action Plan to answer these and no doubt many other questions. And maybe this could make passage of the bill considerably easier for all of us, and particularly for the noble lady, the Minister, and indeed help bring about the wish of my noble friend Lady Neville-Jones, that we get through this bill quickly in order to get these measures onto the statute book as soon as possible. My Lords, even the National Cybersecurity Centre itself has publicly called on government to set out a clearer strategic policy agenda. If GCHQ's own technical authority feels moved to say so, my Lords, that ought to give the Minister, the government, pause. In the House of Commons, my honourable friend, and in the other place, I beg your pardon, my honourable friend Dr. Ben Spencer made precisely this point, warning that the National Audit Office had found, and I quote, inconsistent and in some cases glacial progress on government cyber resilience, and that the bill risked becoming, in his words, yet another missed opportunity. My honourable friend Julia Lopez, for her part, reminded the Commons that if the pandemic accelerated the adoption of digital technology, artificial intelligence will embed it further still. And yet, as she noted, and as noble lords, including my noble friend Lord Arbuthnot, have echoed this evening, to that particular quote, but in fact, as everybody has said this evening, the bill is silent on AI. It is silent on the Computer Misuse Act. These omissions go to the heart of whether this legislation will still be fit for purpose in 5 years' time, given how disappointingly rarely Parliament revisits this ground. On the question of regulatory burden, I was also struck by how many noble lords share our concern for smaller businesses. I do hope the noble Baroness, the Minister, agrees that this is not a party political point. It was raised by members of the party opposite in the other place too, who rightly noted that SMEs are disproportionately targeted by cybercrime, yet are the least equipped to absorb new compliance obligations. In fact, Tech UK, as the noble Lord Clement Jones pointed out, has warned that leaving so much of the detail of this regime to secondary legislation, as well as some of the rather woolly language that was commented on by the noble Lord Ravensdale, risks creating exactly the kind of legal uncertainty and cost that falls hardest on smallest firms. Again, I'm not trying to make a political point. We urgently need this bill, but a practical point. And indeed, my noble friend Baroness Harding's account of attempting to communicate while managing the crisis caused by an attack was absolutely salutary, and I hope the noble lady, the Minister, will take notice of that. So, my Lords, as we move towards committee after the summer recess, and I think committee promises to be a very productive activity, I do hope the Minister will reflect carefully on the questions raised today, and in her closing, perhaps she could answer the following questions. First, will the government commit to a firm date for publishing the strategy within which this legislation is meant to sit? Second, how will the effectiveness or otherwise of the bill's measures be assessed, and how will that assessment be reported to Parliament, and hopefully not every 5 years? Third, what assessment has been made of the cumulative reporting burden facing businesses of all sizes already subject to data protection and sector-specific obligations? And fourth, what confidence can she offer the House that the 12 regulators tasked with enforcing this regime, and we have heard a great deal about, will have and will continue to have the resources and expertise to do so effectively? My Lords, at committee, we on these benches will continue to press the government on precisely these questions because, like any regulation, it must be built on a foundation of strategic clarity rather than being asked to substitute for it. I look forward to the Minister's response.
Here, Lord Campbell. Excellent.
I thank noble lords for their insightful and wide-ranging content today, and I'm pleased to hear of the broad support for the bill. I'd also like to thank the Minister in the other place and the parliamentarians who have engaged your noble lordships and others ahead of the bill. It has generally been dialogue shaped by pragmatism and a genuine interest in protecting our people and businesses. Should I not be able to respond to the specific points, all the very many specific points that were raised today in the allocated time, I will make sure I review Hansard carefully and reply to noble lords accordingly, placing copies in the library. Viscount Camrose, the Noble Viscount Camrose raised an excellent point about what is in the scope of the bill and the other very many actions and activities by the government to equip our businesses to tackle cyber threats. And I agree with him that the National Cyber Action Plan would be the right place to set out exactly how this is all put together. I cannot today provide your noble lords with a date for that National Cyber Action Plan to be published. As many of your noble lordships have pointed out, I too started writing down the names of all the noble lords who had raised the question of scope, and I too decided it's probably better to say everybody noted. This is a very pertinent question. Cybersecurity and resilience is a shared responsibility. The government and NCSC provide a range of tools for all parts of the economy, and it's for all organisations to make use of those to enhance their protections. We have invited all businesses, we've invited charities and other organisations to sign the Cyber Resilience Pledge and take the 3 tangible actions that can help boost their resilience to cyber attacks. And for many organisations, this will be a significant step in their defences, and regulation will not be necessary nor proportionate. Under this bill, we have chosen to regulate where disruption to services would mean people and businesses are left with little or no easy alternatives. Hospitals, drinking water, cloud service providers, and the significant steps we're taking in this bill are reflective of the digital nature of our economy today and reflective of the risks we encounter today. I do recognise and share the sentiment of exploring other parts of the economy that will benefit from being under these regulations in the future. And I would assure the House that I have asked my officials to work with other government departments to consider what additional services could in future be brought into scope. But at the same time, I must say this work needs to be undertaken with thorough consideration, taking into account a range of factors, the threat posed by them, the threat posed to them by hostile actors, the potential impact they pose to the wider economy and the overall value of the sector. And we need to take into account the important points that noble lords have made around proportionate regulation. And I would confirm to the noble Baroness Beryl Neville-Jones that would follow consultation were we to extend to further sectors. On the important point about the government cyber action plan that Baroness Northover, Baroness Neville-Jones, Baroness Ludford, Lord Lounsborough and Lord Clement Jones raised. This is indeed, it is crucial that our government, our public sector is covered. And the Government Cyber Action Plan, it was published in January and it will transform cyber security and resilience across government and the entire public sector by 2030. It will enable us to achieve the same outcomes that we want to achieve for services regulated under the bill. Clear and robust requirements, better incident reporting, stronger accountability and transparency. And the plan sets out accountability structures to ensure that cyber risks at all levels of government are actively owned and effectively managed. And I would like to assure your noble lordships that we will continue to work with Parliament to ensure proper oversight of the plan's implementation. And to the extension to local government, that is also covered under the overarching strategy of the Government Cyber Action Plan. So to my noble friend Baroness Alexander of Clevedon, MHCLG are also taking action to strengthen local authorities' cyber resilience, backed by £20 million of cyber grant funding and technical support, because it is indeed incredibly important that local authorities are prepared and do enhance their cyber action. To the question raised specifically by the Noble Lords Holmes of Richmond and the Noble Lord Taylor of Warwick and the Noble Baronesses, Baroness Northover, Baroness Ludford and Baroness Harding of Winscombe, around, probably amongst others, around the food and retail sectors. It is very important equally that the food and retail sector enhance their cyber resilience. The food sector is unusual amongst other critical sectors because of its high levels of diversity. There are approximately 20,000 small and medium food manufacturers in the UK alone, and many more farms, distribution services, retailers and other types of businesses that form the UK's food supply chain. Given the lack of single points of failure, we think there are more proportionate levers to pull rather than bringing food into the scope of the NIS regime currently. Let me come to the question of AI, which was raised by the Noble Earl Effington, the Noble Viscount Colville of Culross, Noble Baroness Kidron, and my noble friend Baroness Berger. The government is committed to protecting our national security against the risks posed by advanced AI models, and our AI Security Institute is world-leading and one of a small group of organisations with access to Anthropic's Claude Mythos model before its release. In terms of addressing the risks of cyber attacks facilitated by AI, it is true that AI capabilities are moving very fast, but strong cyber fundamentals still work. Our advice, and that of the NCSC, is to ensure that organisations get the basics right and ensure they are managing risks at board level. There is extensive guidance on this from the government and from the NCSC. In terms of whether AI is in scope of the bill does not specifically bring large language models or AI companies into scope, but where organisations in scope use AI models and systems, that those organisations will need to take appropriate and proportionate steps to manage the risks from these from hackers. For example, if a LLM is used as part of the day-to-day software available to staff in a hospital and therefore part of the network and information systems, it would be considered in scope. And to the question posed by Baroness Kidron on an example of how this would happen, if, for example, under the bill grants the Secretary of State the power to direct entities if the compromise of the relevant NIS or the threat of one gives rise to a national security risk. That this could, for example, require an entity to cease using and isolate an AI model. These powers are a backstop to an effective cybersecurity regime, enabling government to act swiftly in the face of unexpected national security threats. But they are also designed to be proportionate, recognising the need for stability amongst regulated entities and the importance of proper accountability. Many noble lords reflected on the need for effective implementation, for the importance of consultation, the importance of secondary legislation. It is indeed the case that there will be secondary legislation and guidance and a business adjustment period for this bill over a period, and to the question posed by Baroness Neville-Rolfe, this will be up until probably 2028 when we expect the duties to come into force. On the questions of incident reporting raised by the Noble Earl Effingham, the Noble Baroness Northover, the Noble Lord Ravensdale, and Baroness Harding of Winscombe. We have heard the clear ask from businesses to minimise the time they spend filling in different reporting templates following an attack. We understand the pressure that institutions can be on in the midst of an attack. And we want to make sure they can prioritise the technical response. We're exploring all options and will look closely at other regimes in the UK and the new template used by EU member states for the NIS2 reporting, reflective of questions posed by your noble lordships on where we are looking at the EU regime. In respect of the question of whether we think there is a risk of over-reporting, we do not believe there is a risk of over-reporting, but we will provide further clarity by setting out thresholds in secondary legislation following consultation. That will set out when an incident is considered to have had or to be likely to have had a significant impact, a question posed by Lord Holmes of Richmond and Lord Ravensdale. In respect of the questions posed or raised by the Noble Baroness Bennet of Manor Castle, the ability to share information with like-minded countries is important if we are to make cybersecurity a global effort. But the bill does not mandate information sharing across borders, and there are important safeguards around the sharing of information for the purpose of prosecuting a crime. I followed the debate on this topic in the other place, and I would be happy to meet with those interested in this topic to discuss it further. Noble Lordships raised the question of the balance between a single consistent approach and being attuned to sector-specific issues. One of the ways in which we are going to pursue consistency and provide clarity on what is expected is through the new security and resilience requirements for regulated entities, which will be set out in secondary legislation. These will set out the clear and consistent steps that regulated entities will need to take to mitigate their security risks. And to the questions posed by Lord Arbuthnot and Lord Burt and Lord Ravensdale in particular, these will be high-level outcomes-based requirements that will be consistent with the NCSC's cyber assessment framework, including requirements on board responsibility and governance, supply chain and incident reporting and recovery, as well as introducing requirements around testing and exercising protective security. These proposals will be technology and sector agnostic and take an all-hazards approach to ensure resilience in the face of an evolving threat landscape and emerging technologies. They reflect the requirement for regulated entities to have regard to state-of-the-art technology when assessing the risks they face. So to the question posed by Lord Ravensdale and others on post-quantum cryptography and that posed also by the Noble Lord Burt on quantum, that these would be considered as part of that requirement by regulated entities, but would not necessarily be set out, singled out as a specific technology in the regulation in order that we keep these regulations up to date and also matched to the security risks, the cyber risks that the individual entities face. I would also say, in addition to those requirements or the way in which the bill will capture board responsibilities, we do recognise that board-level governance is essential to effective cyber risk management, which is why the Cyber Resilience Pledge sets out that making cyber a board responsibility is one of the 3 clear, tangible actions that any organisation can make to boost their resilience. The government's forthcoming Modernising Corporate Reporting consultation will seek views on whether the existing risk reporting framework produces sufficient reporting on cyber risk management as an additional step that could be considered. In respect of the questions about the Secretary of State reporting to Parliament at least every 5 years, this is a minimum baseline and additional reports can be published if deemed appropriate. On the question of the business burden and the definitions around small businesses in particular, raised by the Noble Earl Effingham, Lord Lonsborough and the Noble Lord Ravensdale, we do believe this legislation is targeted and proportionate, only regulating where necessary to protect the most essential services we rely on. That is why small and micro digital service providers are exempt from the regulations unless designated as a critical supplier. In terms of the definition of that is those those entities that employ fewer than 50 people and have an annual turnover or balance sheet of less than 10 million euros, they are exempt from being a RDSP or an RMSP under the bill. They can only be regulated if they are designated as critical suppliers, for which there will be a high bar for designation. In respect of the questions raised about how we support small businesses, as my noble friend asked, this is a very important part of our approach. The NCSC provides support through the Cyber Action Toolkit and Cyber Essentials, which also includes cyber insurance for those who get the certification. And for any organisation that experiences an incident, the government cyber incident signposting service helps point them towards where the issue should be reported and where appropriate support can be sought. In respect of the questions around regulator kind of capacity and consistency raised by Lord Vasey and Noble Baroness Alexander, the framework will drive consistency across sectors through these common security requirements and through the statement of strategic priorities, which will set the objectives regulators must seek to achieve. Sector-specific guidance from regulators will also remain key to address sectoral nuances and risks, building on a common foundation of good practice. I would also note that the importance of building out sovereign capability in the UK, raised by many of your noble lordships tonight, is also one that the government is committed to pursuing. I'm sure we will have other opportunities to talk further about tech sovereignty in the coming week, through oral questions and the debate coming on that. In respect of cyber insurance, raised by my noble friend Baroness Paul of Shepherd's Bush, the noble Lord Ashcombe and Lord Arbuthnot, cyber insurance absolutely can play an important role as part of a wider approach to cyber resilience, particularly in helping organisations manage the impacts of cyber resilience and support recovery. We don't believe that cyber insurance is a replacement for cyber security, but it is definitely a part of a wider suite of cyber measures. In respect of the points made on skills by many of those speaking tonight, this is incredibly important. We are improving industry understanding of cybersecurity. We are investing through Tech First in cyber skills, and we are working with the UK Cybersecurity Council, developing professional standards to bring cybersecurity in line with professions like engineering and accounting. And I would also like to heartily endorse the points made by Lord Ravensdale and Lord Vasey about the strength of the cyber security industry and sector in this country. It is not only strong in this country, it is also exporting to many other parts of the world, building on our strengths. I would also just note that product security, which was mentioned by many today in the sense of building in requirements, is indeed a feature of our product security and telecoms infrastructure, or PSTI regime, which is an important complement to what is in the bill. And just probably to conclude, the Computer Misuse Act points raised by the noble Lord Clements Jones leading the charge. Indeed, we did highlight that a bill focused on national security in the King's Speech will update the Computer Misuse Act and provide law enforcement with the updated powers and capabilities so they can remain effective in this digital age. I too look forward to the committee stage. This is an incredibly important bill. I welcome the high levels of engagement across the House tonight on the practicalities and the details. I would just say that this bill is fundamentally about national security. It will deliver stronger protections against those who want to disrupt our way of life. It does so with growth at the forefront, focusing first on support and partnership and only regulating where it's necessary. and I thank noble lords and I look forward to the bill's next stages. I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. As many of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it.
To move. I beg to move the second motion.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.